Hello and welcome to Live Code Happy Hour on October 14th, 2020. It is a special time today because we're going to do a special long session. So let's go ahead and dive right into introductions. Brad, say hello.
Hey everybody, my name's Brad Tilton. I'm a developer advocate with a developer program here at ServiceNow. I've been doing development on ServiceNow for about 12 years, been an employee for the last 4, and I am ready to get into some components and spokes for the next 4 hours.
All right, thanks. And Chuck.
Hey, my name's Chuck Tomasi, Senior Developer Advocate at ServiceNow. Like Brad, I started about 2008. In fact, I think it was somewhere in October we signed our contract and then immediately went for my sysadmin right after that. Seems like many, many moons ago, but yet so many things are changed, so many things are unchanged. I've been a employee at ServiceNow for about 10 years, and I think I've got the best job in the world right now.
All right, I'm Andrew Barnes, also developer advocate here at ServiceNow, and I've been on the platform for 6 years. I've been at ServiceNow for 2 years, and specialize in doing integrations, custom applications, and development at scale. Super delighted to be here with y'all today, and we're going to have this nice long working session. So we blocked out this time to do work together. We traditionally introduce our drinks, so let's see what beverages of choice we have today. They'll be slightly different than usual.
Yeah, I am drinking a locally roasted black coffee in my Astros mug this morning.
Astros mug. What do you have, Chuck?
I have 2 mugs. One, the classic Carlton Fields that we got from the Tampa Bay Dev Meetup group, and the other, my insulated canteen from, can't see it, from ServiceNow. And one is filled with, I think that's like a licorice or an anise herbal tea, and this one's more of a chamomile herbal tea. So I am ready for the next few hours.
Two fists in the teas. Got it. I am, I've got some lovely morning baraka that I got from our Australian friends, and then
nice.
some tea when that's done in my old ServiceNow mug.
Ooh, yeah, I got one of those too.
Don't show anyone the branding.
It's on your shirt. What are you talking about?
And it's CreatorCon coming up here this month. So you should have seen some announcements already around. And if you're a fan of the show, we've already mentioned it a few times. We're going to kick that off on the 20th with some workshops and breakouts that are available on demand. There's some older stuff from Knowledge that's going to be in the pool, and some newer stuff that we've created just recently on Paris content. And then on the 27th, we'll have a special live code happy hour during the CreatorCon, and lots of other really interesting content for you on that day, both for current content and future looking content. So you'll get a little taste of Quebec and Paris during that event. And we're looking forward to that to cap out this Hacktoberfest month. which we're in right now. One of y'all want to tell us a little bit about Hacktoberfest before we get started on working?
Sure. So we are halfway through Hacktoberfest?
Pretty close.
A little less than halfway through. So Hacktoberfest is a virtual month-long event put on by DigitalOcean, and it exists to encourage people to contribute to open source Git repositories. And for the past few years, the dev program has also participated in kind of adding some focus to some of the things you can work on, and providing some examples and ServiceNow specific things that you can contribute to through Git. And I think here in a little bit, we'll take a look at, we've got two main places where you can find repos to work on for both Now Experience components and Integration Hub spokes. And we'll take a look at some of those and maybe look through some of what people have done so far. And then I'll probably do something with a component. And then I think Chuck and Andrew later on will do some spokes stuff.
I definitely got some spoke work in my queue. I was looking at my story backlog this morning, and I was like, spoke work today.
A couple other quick announcements. We do have a Tech Now coming up on the 20th. That is all about Process Automation Designer. It is part 1 of 2. Part 2 will be in November on Playbook. So don't miss that. If you want to sign up for that, go look for bit.ly/TN80REG. Tango, November, 80, Romeo, Echo, Golf. Wow, I had to really strain the mnemonic dictionary. That was painful. Don't do that at 6 a.m., kids. So go over to bit.ly/TN80reg, and we will have that. We'll save you a spot. It's going to be there. Of course, it'll be available on demand afterwards after that. But it's always fun to join live. The other one is we just dropped a few hours ago the latest episode of Breakpoint, the ServiceNow Developer Podcast, with our special guest, Upside Down Andrew. Andrew Albury-Dorr was gracious enough to talk to us about things he's built, things he's done, what he'd like to see in the platform, what he loves doing. Of course, you can you get the history of where Fladvocate came from and much more. If that's not a teaser for a developer, I don't know what would be.
I like that, Cat. With him, there's an Andrew watching our repos for pull requests like 24 hours a day between the two of us.
Full Andrew coverage.
Full on Andrew coverage.
You can find that over at bit.ly/sn-break-point. So SN break,
awesome,
easy to remember. So
well,
go listen to the podcast. It's free too.
I love free content. Brad, you want to get us rolling? And
yeah,
you want to just do some dev work first, and then
sure.
We'll go take a look at some repos when you're ready to do a pull request.
Okay,
that feels like a nice flow.
I can do that. Yeah, let me start sharing my screen here.
Thank you to everybody who's joined on YouTube. We got a fairly good crowd that's
hello everybody.
Us. Even if you're just playing it in the background while you're taking care of laundry or dinner or the kids or whatever, really appreciate
started in your morning, however you are,
yep.
Or you're wrapping up your day,
dunking your donuts.
It's a little early for us. We got three different early time zones covered this morning. Chuck is definitely the earliest.
Dark.
All right, so this is the repo.
Oh, the tea's still hot. Ooh.
Yes, it is. I had to uncap mine, otherwise it'd be hot for 6 hours. Sizing up the screen.
There we go.
Okay.
It took me a little bit.
Good man.
And then let's open up VS Code. What do we have going on here? So I'm going to get started with a component. Actually, let's take a look at, so we did a component on Friday's show. That was our...
We did. We put the choice list picker into the artifact creator.
Yeah, so I have some other stuff that I was going to work on, but this is actually the most, this is a real-ish use case for us.
I caught a little bit of that. That was my first show I've missed this year.
Wow.
You got a good track record, buddy.
That was a good run. I think we've done a show almost every week for this whole year.
Yeah, there is an
which is the
quarantine.
most consistent we've ever been with this show.
That's because of the quarantine. We have nowhere to go. We're just going to keep cranking out content.
That's true. I've not been on a plane on a Friday afternoon. So, all right. So this is what we have going on for this quick add component. Let's develop it and try to remember what it does.
Now lick it.
Now licensing or now lice. I'm not sure what we were developing there.
Wow, that didn't even want to work.
(2-0 or 1-0?
It's 2-. It should have done something.
Are you in the right folder?
I think so.
Maybe.
I am in my
PWT.
quick add.
Just type PWT.
Yeah.
Wasn't it in the folder in there though?
Yeah, but I think you run at the root
of the. You run it at the root wherever the now CLI JSON is.
Okay.
Let's
do an ls because I think it's in the am-quick-add. Is it not? I think you got to go one level deeper. We did this on Friday too, but
I don't think we didn't switch into that.
Let me quick-add.
If you do an ls, it's now-cli.json. You'll be there. If not, you got to go into the.
Oh, you know what? Yeah, because we pulled this down.
Yep.
am-tab.
There you go. It helps to know a little bit of Unix when you're doing this command line stuff, kids.
Hey, look at that.
Maybe I'll make a quick Unix series, but I'm sure there's a ton of them out there.
Hey.
I'm connected to the wrong instance. So
that might not be a bad. I'm going to jot that idea down for later. Just do one episode, quick Unix commands you want to know.
Why are we?
It's thinking really hard. There we go.
And you guys cannot see that far to the left.
Darn it. I thought we had that covered.
I thought we did too. All right. So this rendered, except I don't believe we are connected to the right instance here.
Oh.
Because it connected to my PDI. I saw it.
Does it matter for testing?
It'll matter if we try to add a artifact to my PDI.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that would.
Yeah. So, all right. Yeah. So what we did on the show was we added this drop down so that I can specify a type. And I think we ended like a few minutes early. It went a little too smoothly.
Yeah. I'm not saying it had anything to do with Andrew.
All right, so I'm gonna.
So what you're saying is I push us too far.
Yes.
You can interpret that any way you want.
So
I know. That's why I took it.
I'm logging into my to the dev program dev instance. Talk amongst yourselves.
All righty.
Yeah. So what he's doing right now is the now CLI can connect to different instances. And currently he's connected to his PDI, and instead he's going to be connecting to one of our instances. So he's got to set up that off, and instead of invoking the privacy shrubbery, he just dragged it off the screen because Brad's never been as entertained with the privacy shrubbery as I have. And once once that's done and we're connected up to the instance, we'll be able to validate that this component is operating against the correct instance by creating records. It looks really good. What y'all did on Friday, getting the little drop down.
Yeah.
And I like that you chose the primary on the button that actually really matters. I like that.
Yep.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
create
It's
button.
all in the usage docs.
It is in
Right.
those usage
Design,
docs on
yeah.
the developer site, developer.servicenow.com. Ding.
I got you.
I don't even have my little buttons in front of me, so.
All right. Now if we run our now CLI develop again. Just have it open a new tab again for the heck of it.
Just cause. Hey, dev program dev, look at that.
I typed in the whole login command without making any typos, and it worked the first time. Nobody saw it, so I can't prove it, but it happened.
And whereas I would have gone, into the bash history and done like bang now CLI login dev pro and then stopped, and then it would have found the last time I did that and done it for me because I'm lazy.
All right, so
that's
let's
one of those
see.
commands Chuck can add to his Unix.
I don't do
That's
bang
right.
too much. I do a slash. I'm more of a VI guy. I will write that down.
Let's see.
Well, I use VI too. I'm just saying you use the bang to go backwards in history to run a previous command.
Yeah. And I'll do, what is it, like escape slash and type SSH. And it's like, here's the last SSH command you did. I think they
All
do
right,
basically the same thing.
so
I'm going to be doing some experimenting this afternoon.
so I created an artifact. Let's make sure it's still working here.
That does seem reasonable to do.
All right, and my puppy is saying hi, if you can hear her.
Hello, little puppy. I can hear it. It's not particularly overpowering, though.
Hey, there we go. Hacktoberfestravaganza, and it is a video. So there are a couple of things that I want to do with this. One of them is I would like a message that tells me, hey, something happened.
Or something went wrong.
Or something went wrong, yeah. And maybe gives me the artifact number. Although, I guess
something went wrong, you wouldn't have a number. But, yeah. Artifact number would be nice information.
I like the artifact number, but I especially like it if it's a link.
Oh, yes. So
would you do a link to the workspace record?
Well, ultimately, this is in Workspace. So I think I would want a link to the record in the Workspace.
That's what I would think too.
That's what I want too.
We are agreed. All right. So we've got our artifact. Let's go to the developer site component playground.
Ooh.
So we showed this on the show, Andrew, and you were not on.
I wasn't here to,
right after
be so excited. Oh
yeah.
We've been working on this for a little while now, and I'm really stoked at how it turned out. I think it turned out really good.
Yes, it did.
Yeah. So we want to look at alerts. All right. So we have an alert list and an alert. I want to go to the alert. Right. And so this has changed up just a little bit. I think the playground got split out into its own thing. We also fixed the, if you had tried to use the install message that was up here before, that did not work, which is fixed. We had a few people mention that. So this is our alert. This looks good. I can do a link, so that's great.
Yay!
Let's come in and look through the API a little bit. So status is something we're going to want to know. This is going to set the color.
Yep.
And then text link props. So I believe this is where we are going to set our URL.
That
Yeah,
seems
we don't
like
have
the right
to. We don't have to, encode our HTML so that it shows up correctly here. I think it's just going to let us put some things in places.
More time savers.
And then let's look through the usage. I like to do this before I use a component, just to make sure that the way that I am planning on using it is not the way that they tell you not to use it.
Not to do it,
which I have run into a couple of times so far. Like, you should not use this component for this. I'm like, oh, cool. All right. Well, that's what I was
exactly how I was going to use it. All right. Well, maybe this wasn't the right component for me.
All right. So we have
this.
Avoid using icons, right? So this is not really an informational icon. There's only a couple of don'ts on this one. Yeah, so don't use it. Yeah, 1, log to your account. 2, do this. 3, do this. So this is, as a developer, this is really helpful to have, these types of usage guidelines on the front end here, so that, we don't get 6 months down the road and you have just a really inconsistent experience with the things that ServiceNow is including in Workspace, and then the components that Brad makes that don't follow any of the same usage guidelines. Not that that would ever happen.
That would never happen.
All right, so let's go to the playground, the fun part. So I guess we kind of need to know how the text links props wanted that link. That was an API. So it wants a label and an href. Okay.
And that should be available here when you choose the drop down from basic. Potentially will give you the...
Ooh, if they're doing advanced. Yes.
Ta-da.
There you go.
Nice.
Although technically that should be HTTPS.
Yeah. And not go to the .com, but it's fine.
It's an example.
So
it's an example. It doesn't have to work. It's an example.
So possibly my favorite part of the playground is that the icon now auto completes the icon field.
Which, sort of.
Info. Oh, did I say that too soon?
I thought they auto completed as well.
Yeah,
it did Friday.
It started to.
Click.
Oh, there we go.
Now click and then start typing.
All right, so hey, there we go.
It's a weird experience. It's just a weird experience.
I like outline, and then I also like
start typing, then click again.
Info. And then content, we're going to say, let's say your artifact was successfully created. Artifact, and then we'll have the record name was created. Oh, no. I was thinking for some reason it was going to insert the link where record was. I was wrong.
Yeah, how do you tell it where to insert the link?
It just does it at the end.
Yeah,
there was.
I thought you could put it at the beginning too.
There was an example.
There may be
in the middle.
I think there's a property for it.
Text link props. So it should be in that code there.
I thought we had an example.
So where you put the text link props doesn't look like it's embedded inside of the content at all.
I thought there was a end. So let's grab the code. Let's grab the code for now, and I'm just gonna come back over here and paste this in, and then we can look at the example. So and we'll make that look better in a minute. There you are.
Yeah, they've got an example that says case blah, blah, blah with a link has been updated by John Miller. I wonder if maybe that's just a crazy screenshot that doesn't really exist, or...
Yeah, I thought it had a property where you tell it where you want things to go, but I may be thinking about the input fields. So
version 2.
We we don't need to worry about it here.
Well, and to me, it makes sense that the link is at the end, because that's the action I want them to take. And so it's prominent and it's at the end. Here's some words and here's the link.
Just here's another bad usage example. Don't type click here with a link.
What's that thing called?
SN alert? Was it?
Now alert.
Now alert. I was just trying to find that.
And then I think we're going to have to do an if. But let's...
Yes, I would very much like to see that.
All right, so for now, I think step number 1 is let's make the link show up, and then step number 2, we'll make it hidden until we do it successfully.
Okay.
All right, so let's first see if anything shows up. We're loading. All right. We do get it to show up.
Mm-hmm.
So let's look at our action handlers. And I believe we just need to return more from our artifact. Are we? I don't even think we're returning anything at the moment. Succeeded. Yeah. So first we need to add a couple of state properties.
Yeah, it seems reasonable.
I think let's just.
Did you want like an alert?
Yeah. Artifact ID. And then what if we just call it like show alert?
Oh, that semicolon is going to mess you up.
It certainly is. All right. So maybe I should, well, we can go back and refactor. He says, and then never does it.
Never does.
So
never say never.
Action.payload. This is the table API. Let's go. I feel like we should test this.
So the question I have is do you want the content for the alert to be part of the alerts states objects, or do you want it to be there? So the way you put those properties is they were their own, but do you want to pass them as part of the alert object that inside of state? So state.alert.artifact record number.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking of having an artifact object that all of my, I guess these are both new artifact. Yeah, so we could have an alert object that has the things in it.
Yeah, that's
so. I think it's fine either way. I just wanted to, because
no, that was
part
of my.
I'm doing that right now is only as part of the alert.
Yeah, that was part of my refactoring comment.
Okay.
Uh-oh. Those don't look good.
Oh, I'm not going to get it till I create something. Undefined. Where do I have the snapdown renderer?
You have a console.log in, I saw it.
Yeah. So it's saying result is undefined. So let's just see what my payload is.
You need to stringify it or not?
I think I should.
Because it appears to be an array.
Let's go there. All right. So result.
Dot.
Oh, I don't think I need the. Because this is not doing a get.
Short description is testing again. YouTube video.
Yeah, so that should be
so
good.
it's sent back the record content.
Yeah, I don't. It's not an array of records. It's just a
not this
record
time
object. Yeah. All right. So result. And then I think I just need, what do we call that? Artifact
Number
ID is result.
Oh, we got a plural on there.
I do. What do we call this number?
I thought it was number. Okay, so now that those are set in your handler, you can use them.
What do we call the other one? Show alert. Yeah, these should definitely all be part of a object that we then pass. All right. And then let's go into the view. We need to grab them, I guess.
This is where I would have voted for the object.
Yep. Past Brad was being lazy, and it hurt current Brad.
That's how it happens.
Whenever I'm passing more than about 3 parameters, like, oh, this is starting to feel ugly. There are times when they're not even closely related.
The label, we're gonna have to figure out what the URL is, but for right now, we'll just make it the artifact ID.
That'll
okay.
go well.
And then we're gonna have to do an if.
Yeah, somewhere we have to do. Do you do the conditional logic in your?
So we can do this a couple of ways. We can come out of here and then set a variable to the error message and then just show that in here, or we can do the actual if logic in here with something like wrapping this into JSX.
The other option is you could pass the status type back to this, and then instead of saying status equals info, status will be what you want it to be, because you're showing an alert either way. The only variable between a good message and a bad message is, hey, look, this one didn't work. And then that puts the load on, what was it, the const.js, constants, to determine what you're passing back in here from the handler.
But we don't want the alert to show up at all until I have created something.
Right.
So when the page loads, it shouldn't be there. So I think I'm gonna
I see. Yes. Okay. You don't want it for a page load.
No.
So, Brad, why don't you go take a look at your to-do app and how you handled the alert in there?
I have done this before.
Because it was done in a way that I like there, and so go take.
I may not have done that one.
Some contributor to your to-do app. It is Hacktoberfest after all. Did it in a way I like. So on your to-do list, right? It's
in the list.
In the view up at the top, I think it is. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, we can do that. That is fairly straightforward.
And where was that set?
So ours is going to be show error, show alert.
So state.show alert.
Yeah. And then I think we had what?
No.
Yep. There you go.
It did not like, what do we, yeah. What did you not like?
Yeah, what's it say?
Return. Line 11. Oh, you can't just write let.
You can't just
Come
say
on,
let
guys.
return. Let us return.
That looks better.
Yeah.
Hate it when that happens. At least it didn't take 30 minutes to find it this time.
Oh, it looks promising.
So I pay attention when there's pull requests. I was like, oh, cool. Alert. Oh, I'll check that out later. And so this morning I was like, hey, alert.
Very nice.
We are mostly there.
Mostly. Why do we have a warning symbol though?
Except our number didn't show up.
Yeah, probably because it's not a properly formatted HTML.
That could be. Maybe it's smart enough to scrub them.
Yeah, so I guess let's.
I would think you could put in a relative URL.
Yeah, let's. I'll just type it in for the heck of it. Artifact ID, artifact number.
That's where I was going to go.
All right, well, let's see if we got, if we even got those back.
There's your format when you're ready for it, for the component.
My format?
Yeah, for the URL for opening it in
Oh, got it.
Workspace.
Let's see if we even got those back. We did not.
Oh, you're not setting them, are you? In your handler. Oh, you are.
We are.
Yeah. Which means result came back empty. How did that happen?
Or there's another. It's result dot something. Let's.
Short description. Short under description was your title. You passed in a title. You should get back a title.
Well, we passed a title to the API, and the result, we're just setting it to blank.
When we dumped out all of result or all of action.payload, it said result. Short description was in there.
All right, let's try a couple of things then. Yeah, it
something tells me
auto completed for me.
kind of weird. Something tells me we're like a dot off or something.
Yeah.
Off by one, the programmer way.
If I write a book, that's what I'll call it.
Ooh, show a short description is undefined.
Result dot short under description. Test.
But it has, yeah.
What are we missing?
It looks straightforward, but why don't you pull that into
That what? Though there's a 404 right above that too, which kind of bothers me.
It's a font.
Oh,
Yeah.
Just a font.
Why don't you pull that in a beautifier?
Or just you can you can do it. You can do the beautifier in the stringify.
Can you?
Yes. Go back to your code. I do this every time. In fact, I was going to tell you it's driving my OCD nuts. Say right after result, inside that parenthesis, right after result, do comma, null, comma, 4. Done.
Oh.
4 is your indentation size. Null is a function that nobody ever uses.
Well, color me excited.
Yeah, I was excited when I found that out too. When you're going into deep, complex arrays and objects and whatnot, this is really helpful.
So result, does result have another result?
Result is, yes, it does. That's what we're seeing. Because you printed out result, and it wouldn't say I have a result.
Well, oh, you know what? Because
you named your variable result.
I named my variable result.
Payload might have been more appropriate.
Wow.
Payload.result. Nice.
He's so confident he's going to delete his debugging statements.
I am.
Look at that confidence. It's exuding from you.
This one works.
You know, you do that, it's a curse.
I know. Hey!
Voice.
All right, and then Andrew sent me something. Perfect.
We've been spending like the last 45 minutes to put a message on the screen. What do you do for fun this morning?
View is where I want. I don't want this here forever, but I think, should we add the entire, do we need that program dev?
I don't think we need the entire thing because it'll be.
I don't think we do either.
You know, contextual.
No. Yeah, that would hard code it to your instance too.
All right, and then one other thing.
I think we probably only need the /record part
because you're already in the Artifact Manager workspace. Yeah, well, let's.
You won't be able to test that though until you actually deploy it.
That's
Artifact.
That's a true statement. So yeah, it's Artifact / is where its root is.
Yep.
So anything after Artifact is what you need, the context.
So it'll live here.
Yep.
And we're on Artifact home. Yes.
It's feeling a little more. You may want that slash.
Do we need the slash?
Yeah.
So the other thing that I want to do is I would like to be able to dismiss the message.
Oh.
And it provides us with a property already. Action clicked. Yeah, so if somebody clicks, we get this action clicked message. And then
just where you can put the X on there, the X on the far right of it?
Yeah, so the X is on already.
Okay. So dismiss defaults to true?
I think we're passing, the type. is dismiss. So I think we get a type in this action.
Action type dismiss, but I'm not seeing.
So I think.
What are the other types you get? I'm looking.
Well, let's do this. Let's just
dismiss,
log.
acknowledge, open. Open. What is open? Dismiss displays an X button. Acknowledge displays an OK. And by default or unique button by putting in a label property. Open displays an open button by default or unique button name using the label property.
All right, so we're going to use this neat trick that somebody taught me. And I guess we have to do a few things first.
Okay.
All right. So then if I click on the X, so we know the name, and then it has a payload.
Yep.
Action type dismiss. So I guess we need to go .payload.action.type is dismiss.
And what do you want to do when you click that?
I want to set our show alert to false and then update the state so it goes away.
So the X doesn't do anything by itself?
Yeah, the X just fires this action, and then you have to decide what you want to do.
Wow, that's pretty granular control. I'm trying to say that nicely.
It was well said. What was it? Action dot payload dot action dot type. Cool.
There you go, kids. If you didn't learn anything today, you learned a couple more arguments for stringify.
Yeah.
Save yourself a trip to the beautifier.
What was that called? Show alert. And then we want to go update state.
The state. Nice.
I don't feel quite as confident this time, so we're just commenting it out.
Oh.
Okay. And hey, it worked. All right. So I think I want to deploy this to the instance.
Yay.
So now we get to, after, let's pretend that we've refactored it and everything. So I think I can do a now CLI deploy, but since this is already in the instance, don't I have to force it somehow to overwrite the existing one? Or am I dreaming that?
I don't know.
Let's
I'm sorry, what?
since I've already deployed it once, I have to do
is there a force?
-- force.
Force. Oh, it is force.
Use the force, Brad.
All right. So deploying your component, blah, blah, blah. Where do we have force documented?
I'm sure it is. Search force on the page. No, but it's definitely a command that's in there.
Yeah, I have done it before. What if it's on here? No.
Well, that's a thing that we can fix.
Do you know anybody that can make a change on the dev portal?
I might know the right kind of people for that. So it will so it'll tell you that you need the command if it fails.
That's what that's probably how I found it last time, is it failed and then it was like, hey, try this. All right. So one question is, do we have to add the new one to the page, or will it just show up updated? Let's find out.
It will show up updated.
And we'll know because it'll have the drop down.
Because the sysid and so none of the ServiceNow bits have really changed. The code was updated inside of the one record.
Yeah, and it looks like there were some things that were right. So we deleted a couple of files and recreated them, and then we just updated a couple of them. And so, yeah, this is this is the actual.
But you see
component.
how I deleted it, but recreated it with the same sysid. So that first delete.
Yes.
And
very Jamaican coloring.
It is.
Oh, Chuck, you're making me laugh this morning. That's good.
So let's see if our link works. Does this work?
When you guys have kids, you know that they see the world differently. It's a great attribute to pick up. Oh, what happened?
We did need the whole.
No.
I think there may be like an event we can fire instead of opening a link.
There is a workspace event. I don't recall it off the top of my head, but there is one for this.
Sad.
But this mostly worked.
But it did all the things we actually wanted it to.
It opened in a new tab.
It opened a new tab. We don't want it in a new tab, but I think that's why we're going to have to use the event, is to open it in a new workspace tab.
Let's see if we.
Otherwise, a standard link is not going to do what you want.
Hey, James, come help us. I know you're out there.
Jump on.
Come join and help us, because I know you've solved this exact problem.
Yeah. So let's see.
Does he need the magic Zoom link?
I think he already has it, right, Brad?
I don't.
Well, I'll make
remember
sure
if we've seen it before.
So it did open in a new tab.
So it opened in a new tab. I went ahead and changed it to add the entire string, and so that opened correctly. You know, ideally, what we want is to click something and have it open up here.
Yeah.
But at least we do have it opening in a new browser tab to where
a new workspace tab
opens the correct record. Well, this is a new browser tab.
It's a new browser tab with a work. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, not quite the experience we're looking for.
Yeah. But we're close. Well, do we want to switch to some Spoke development, and I can refill my coffee?
Absolutely, we can do that.
All right. Well, I'm going to stop share, and somebody else want to pick up share?
Yeah. I will pick up share. Let me downgrade my screen real quick before I do that, though. Much less screen must happen for the screen sharing. Because 4K screens don't convey very well over the YouTube. They just don't. All right, share screen. Yes, I'll continue to take the screen. All right, so I am creating a repo.
For this guy. Oh,
This guy.
because I'm going to be
Yeah.
forking this bad boy and adding to it.
And I'm actually going to do what you did yesterday, Chuck. So, which is, so I've created the repo.
Dump your current work into the master repo in ServiceNow Dev Program. Then you go fork it, unlink your source control, and link it to
and then relink it back. Yeah.
So there's a little exercise in there too that most people don't know, that you can change the source control configuration. We'll walk through that. Wrong creds.
That should be the right creds. That should be the right creds. Let me check that. I haven't edited those. Let's go credentials. It wouldn't be here if it was wrong, but whatever. We'll do it again. Pick that, and then we'll pick this. Am I doing something wrong? That looks right. All this looks fine. Why is it failing?
So your credentials or your connection? Pick the connection.
Well, there is no connection for that credential.
Oh, okay. I thought there was. I'm thinking something else. Create a new one real quick.
Let's go grab it from here again. Copy to the clipboard.
I think I have too many GitHub credentials.
Clear out.
Just long enough to make you nervous, right?
Okay. I mean, well, it didn't fail immediately on the credentialing, which is
okay. So it's in the ServiceNow Dev Program one. Step 2.
So now I have my repo.
Put the details on that bad
and
boy.
I've got the app in here.
So go to the about.
Yep, about, and then down here to topics, we're going to add
Hacktoberfest.
Hacktoberfest. Save changes.
Don't you want a Hacktoberfest 2020 in there too?
It only needs the one.
Okay. I didn't know I put both. Belt and suspenders today.
So now I'm going to fork it into my own area.
Yep.
So that I can contribute as a contributor versus the maintainer.
Yep.
So now I'm going to do code and copy. And now I'm going to do what
go to the hack.
Chuck said.
Sys under repo under branch.
Which we're just going to type repo here. And go repo configurations. Because SNUtils is great. And
find the one that you just did.
Updated.
Which is going to be your Hacktoberfest.
Also, how's my screen share look on the?
Font could be a little bigger. Okay. It could also go down and to the right a bit. We're picking it up right where the URL starts.
Got it. So
and ending right like at the end of short description.
Like that. How's that, Chuck?
I'm waiting for the YouTube to update. Brad might. Oh,
Brad. Oh, yeah. You're not looking at Brad. The.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's good. Leave her there for now.
Okay.
Okay. It terminates right at the end of short description field label. Okay. So here we can just. I don't usually go in through this table, but I believe you just delete this record.
Oh, yeah, I could.
Because this is hooked up to.
Yeah, I was going to update the URL and the current reference.
Oh, you can do that. You can do that. I usually have it reacquire, but I don't know what.
Yeah, I can delete it. It's not meant to be edited. So that was a good point. Let me do it the polite way.
Now when you go to source control, it says, "Hey, I don't have a record for that," and you point it to your forked copy. That way, you're not working on the
forked copy.
Yep.
And I'm saying URL,
master,
and credentials, and link to source control.
There you go.
So if you're not familiar, the SNUtils is really freaking handy. So I was using the table lookup, which is very, very handy because I don't remember table names. So repository gets me repository configurations and sysrepo config, which is what Chuck was saying. And
I'm surprised sysrepo branch didn't come up.
Well, let's type branch. Source control branch.
Okay. But you typed in repo, which...
Yeah, I typed in repository, roughly.
Oh, repository. Okay. That's why.
Source control. There we go. Branch stash tag. And so that allows me to get to the tables nice and quick with the filter turned on, which I really like.
Mm-hmm.
So I love loading with the sysparm filter only true.
I don't think that's documented anywhere.
It's documented at the very top of my Google Doc for ServiceNow things.
Weird sysparms you've never heard of before.
I keep that one at the top. How to tail the log in a window.
Yep.
And how to cancel my transactions. Those are my 3 things right at the top of that file.
We're going to have to write a blog entry about all these technical tips and tricks we've picked up over the years, because I've got a few of them in Evernote too.
Yeah, I've got a 30-page Google Doc that I just keep adding to the bottom. All right, so now I have an empty app. So I've got a empty app here in my fork in GitHub. I'm in my dev program dev.
You need to also tag this one as Hacktoberfest, or just the master one in the
just the master one, because I'm only going to do pull requests from this one into the master one, and those pull requests are what's going to get logged for Hacktoberfest contributions.
Okay. And you've already got some work that
this is a private repo here. Yep. And no one else will be able to see it, and Hacktoberfest can't even read it. It's only my pull request to its parent.
Oh, I don't think I made mine private. I should probably.
Yeah, and you don't have to. I just did because it was the default, and I didn't click anything else.
Okay. Okay.
So now I'm going to go to my Agile board and pull a thing from the Agile board and start working on it.
I thought you already had some work done on that spoke that you wanted to bring over.
I have some work on. So there's the ServiceNow YouTube spoke, and I was doing some work directly in that repo.
Okay.
Or in that app. But in order to put it out into source control publicly, I need to make my contributions in a separate app.
Okay. So you do need to migrate any pre-existing work, or are you just going to start from scratch?
I think from what I'm doing today, I will start from scratch on any new stuff.
Okay.
And I'm going to leave the other work because it's done. You know, the done work is done, and I'm not going to do anything special. It's just the rest of the stuff I do for YouTube is going to be through that app this month. So we actually did the clean up the live stream form. That's over there.
So what I'll do is I'll fork a copy from the SNDev program and then add my stuff there as well. And then we can, you know, sync and pull and clone as we need to.
All right. So what I wanted to do was I wanted to well, the first thing I actually really want to do is this one, which is not YouTube. I really want to do this one right now. I'm going to do it right now.
I'm curious what that task is. Remember what Chuck wanted.
I'm curious too.
I think that's a recurring task.
Now you're asking me to remember something.
So this story was to we've got a bunch of date fields, and I want them to all be synchronized. Sync all date fields from update on planned publish.
Never mind.
So I'm going to pick this up, even though it's not, even though that's not YouTube, because I really want this one done. It's a pain point in my life, and I want to do it now.
Okay.
I am 1000% in support of doing this.
Developer's prerogative.
Artifact manager. All right, I'm in the correct scope, and I'm going to go take a look at artifacts real quick to show everybody what I mean, and then we'll actually do it. So what happens is we've got this planned publish date up here in the top right, and for YouTube and other things, it populates something in the title and updates these start and end times fields, and also another field that's not even visible. So if we go to a real record, which the next one should be, what I want to have happen is when I come and change this to 21, I want it to change in all the other places that it was the same date as this one was already. So I want to change this to 21. I want to change this to 21. I want to change this to 21. Does that make sense?
My first instinct would be a business rule, but what are you thinking?
I mean, my first instinct nowadays is Flow Designer.
Right. That's why I said let's have this conversation.
Because I love Flow Designer and I like it, and you know, it lowers that bar.
Doing the search, doing the search and replace in the title is not going to be too friendly in Flow Designer.
Yeah, but I'm gonna have to script that wherever I do it. So
true, you can do a function on the field.
Yeah, so I'll do a little function in Flow Designer. I think is the way. Because
I don't think we have quite a search and replace. Well, maybe we do in the transform functions. I haven't looked yet.
If it's so, I'm going to open up Flow Designer and I'm going to say, give me a new flow.
And we're going to do flow, or do you want a subflow?
Oh, that's a really good question. Almost every time I want a subflow when I make a flow, but yeah.
This one, it feels like almost too much overhead, but we could use it in another place, maybe.
It feels like it's a reusable thing that you might want for replacing fields and dates. And
I might want to invoke it a different way than a flow's triggers, which is what subflows are magical at.
Yep.
Update date fields. Sync update fields? No.
While you do that, I'm going to go fork that repo.
All right, artifact manager sounds good, and this is to sync planned publish date, start and end dates.
Oh, you didn't call the Spoketoberfest YouTube.
That sounds right. I don't think I did.
You broke from our naming tradition.
Oh, did I really?
Yeah, everything else has been
Well,
Oktoberfest underscore something
well, we can fix that.
without messing up the world.
What did you say I needed to?
Just put Oktoberfest underscore. I don't even know if we have a YouTube in here or not. Whether you want to leave it as, you could leave
Done.
it as Oktoberfest YouTube, or you could leave it as Oktoberfest YouTube enhanced. I like that. That'll work.
Yeah.
All right. Sorry to interrupt.
No problem. All right. So the inputs are going to be an artifact.
So a record.
Which is a reference to the artifact table. And that's it, right? And the output is going to be, ooh, do I want it? Yeah, I want it to update the thing. So I'll still send the artifact on the outside. Why might I do it this way?
Oh, you may want to send in like old artifact, new artifact. So
Right?
Previous value.
That's why I'm doing input and output.
No. This has to do the work, like do the search and replace. You have to know you're searching for the old date in the title. You can't get the old date this way. You have to pass in basically current and previous to a business rule. This flow doesn't know what previous was. Or no, you'd be passing it. Is it passing in previous or is it passing in current? When you change the date, it's going to know the old title. I'm just mentally thinking through this, what it knows and what are you going to have to replace.
So what it knows, so if I use this in a flow, the reason that I'm sending artifact on the output is because flow won't have the updated artifact accessible.
Yep.
It will only have the previous flow values because it stores those. So if I want to reference those somewhere else in my flow further on, I'd have to requery for that artifact.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
And I don't want to do that. So that's why I'm passing as an output my artifact.
Yep. Got it. Things you got to think about when you're doing the flows.
So the action I want to do is update a record. And I want to update my artifact record. And the fields I want to update are the start date, the end,
and title.
I think the other one I need to do is actually already a business ruler flow. Start time is syncing with another field for the calendar sends. And so I don't think I want to mess with that logic yet.
Okay.
Short title.
Title. It's in the short description field, but it's the title.
Yeah. So here, what we want to do is...
These are date time fields, right?
These are date time fields, and I just want to modify just the date part of them.
Oh, yippee.
Which is going to be interesting.
And your input is a date field.
Yeah. So what I want to do is...
This is going to be
I want to do that, actually.
You're not going to do it from a data pill. It's either script or custom action.
Yeah, I think this is a script or a custom action here because I want to keep the date or the time part, but modify the date part.
Right.
Ugh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Although, it wouldn't be that much script.
So let's drop in the data pill just so I can take a look at it.
I'm going to jump over and get a handle on...
And then look at FX and see what's available for date time stuff.
Not much.
Add time, string to date, and subtract time. those aren't.
You could do a date to string and then parse it. But your output is still, and then
but
take
I
like
need a date at the end for this input. Like,
right,
this
you need
transform isn't gonna help with that.
Is there a concatenation in the strings?
There's a trim.
No.
And split. Substring, but no.
What I was thinking is you take the date and the time, you do a split on the space. You take the first element and throw it away and replace that with the date. Oh man, I'm really wishing for some Quebec features now. Darn it, I got to print this week.
So I think I'm going to need
Let's just do
custom
or custom action.
A custom action for this, which is fine. We can build a custom action.
Yep. I'm looking up some methods for you that might come in handy.
Let's see. We're going to take date and return. Take date and time. Date P adjustments.
So glide date time does offer you a get time function, so you can get just that.
So we're going to take in both a date and a date time.
Talk about your specialized actions.
So we're going to take in just a date, and we're going to take in date time. And on our output, we're just going to have a date time.
Something you could
I like having my plan for what's coming in and what's going out, and then matching them together.
Oh, I got. So what do I need?
Now we'll go do a script, and then we're going to create a couple of variables, and then we're going to create an output variable, and this is again going to be our date.
I might recommend a different name for this action. Coming back in 2 years, that's going to be very vague of what it does.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I just was horrible with the name, so I'm going to have to
like replace date in date time or something.
Ooh, replace date for date time. That's very descriptive of what it does.
I'm sure there's a property to add a better description, like text that says, here's your inputs, here's your outputs, here's what it's going to do.
Why does that say undefined?
There's a weird bug in Paris. If you cursor over a data pill, it will do that. If you're dragging a data pill and you hit another data pill, it'll do that. It's just very bizarre. Learned that in a developer meetup. And I proved it on my instance too.
Adjusted date time is my output.
Okay. Yep.
And I'm going to link that up into there. Bada bing. And we're done, right?
No, now the good parts start.
So I'm going to visit one of my favorite places, the developer site. We're going to go to reference. We're going to go to server scope. We're going to come down here and we're going to type date time.
No.
And we're going to collapse calendar glide date time. Come on, buddy. No, you don't want to close?
They'll show it to you, but I'm not going to not show it to you. Glide date time.
Glide date time it is.
Not much of a reference if you have to. It's like, how do you spell a word in a dictionary? We'll go look it up in the dictionary.
All right. So we need to, we want to just change the, so we've already got a date. So
you
we
want to get time.
Set a date.
So get the time component out of it. You want by it, get time.
I want to see if I could just set the date. part?
I don't think so.
But that's why I'm looking.
Okay.
Set.
Unless it's undocumented, which is perfectly possible, but we'll come back to set value at the end.
Yeah. All right.
Or set display value. It's your choice. Do you want to deal with display values?
We
you
want
to deal
to get the
time.
And then we'll, I guess, put them back after. Ugh.
It's going to get an object, so you're going to need to stringify it with that get by format.
So back in Flow Designer, let's roughly do that. So we're going to get our time, and then now we want to set our time.
Yep. I recommend a set not display value. You'll run into a time zone offset issue.
I just want regular set value.
Or set value UTC or local time. I don't know if set value is, I thought that was deprecated.
It doesn't appear to be so.
Okay. Works for me.
We can do UTC, which is fine. And then we're roughly going to do set that. And Chuck, can you fill a little air for just a moment?
Fill a little air. All right. Well, while you were waiting, I went and copied the YouTube repo, and then I am going to start manually importing the 4 or 5 actions that I had built. So maybe when we get back from my meeting in half an hour, we can continue with that. And then we can do sort of like 2 developers on 2 different instances working on one repo, and we can sync up those pull requests and whatnot. That'll be fun.
That
Even
sounds
if
like
I don't have the
idea.
latest code, we can still pull it all together, give you that illusion that we're actually doing some work as a team.
Team dev.
Oh, that was funny. So sweet. Thanks for doing that, Chuck. So now we need to do our inputs .date. And we're gonna, let's set that to something. How about original date?
Sounds good. I try to stay away from variables that also act as keywords like date.
Yeah.
Or functions. My date, old date, whatever. Burned too much on that.
All right.
But I still fall victim once in a while.
New glide date. No, we already have a glide date time object, so we don't need that part.
Do you? Is it an object or is it a glide element object because it came from a field value? Never really certain
won't be a
about
glide
that.
element object anymore because once it gets passed over here, it should be a glide date time object.
Key operative word being should be. Give it a try. See what you get.
I'm
going
to go under the assumption that it is it's doing the right things.
If it doesn't work, we're going to need
proved otherwise.
Yeah, we're going to need to. If it doesn't, we're going to need a new glide date time and then do a set value.
Right. So we would just do org date time is new glide date time of inputs.date time. If we need that, I'm not sure we do right now. So
get rid of the GS info, replace that with a variable.
Yep. So we are going to set this to.
We may want a var keyword on line 6.
Yeah. So let's call this our new or stored time.
Stored time
equals GT get date format. Yep. So that should take our original date time and dump it into stored time. And now we need to, we're going to create a new glide date time object, which is fine.
Based
and we're
off
going
of
to create that based off of
concatenating the
the two other objects that we have right now, right?
right.
So we want to, we can just do this right here. We don't even need to set. We can do it here, which is
And your glide
org
date.
date and stored time.
You can do your glide date has a get by format also. Where you
So I can do it this way, or I can take this, yank this out, and put it down.
Or get value returns a
here
string as well.
to
Right.
explicitly set it that way.
So org, I don't think that's going to work because org date isn't a string.
Oh.
You're going to need to do a get value or a get
Yeah.
by format from a glide date.
From glide date. Good call. Glide date.
Get value should return a string. Or get by format any way you want it.
Well, we'll do the explicit one.
It reads better. Although I would recommend
then when you open this up again, you can for sure say, oh, I know what that is.
Yep.
And we're actually going to do that up here. Boop.
Yeah. Let's make it year, month, day.
Oh,
Oh, yeah. Can you do inputs.date.get by format? Or this is where we're going to find out if it's
this is what we'll quickly find whether or not this is a glide date. It's got to be, though. It's got to be.
So
it is.
That in place of GD.
Get by format.
You think so? Autocomplete worked.
I am optimistic today.
Optimistic Prime. He's one of the Transformers.
I am optimistic Prime today.
He's like Happy Care Bear.
So yeah.
Do you trust it to work in day, month, year format?
What do you mean?
Instead of year, month, day? When you do a set value, I think it prefers it year, month, day. You get.
But I'm telling it how I'm sending it.
Can you do that with set value?
Yeah, I copied this straight from the docs.
Oh, there you go. Okay. That works then. I'm okay. As long as it's consistent. Dates, times, they're all so much fun.
Let's test it. Where is my test window? Am I missing it? I don't understand why.
I missed it. I was typing a response in the chat.
I'm going to close it and reopen it. Action.
And action. Okay.
Test. Okay. So let's give it a date, which is last Tuesday, and we'll give it Thursday at 6 p.m. 30.
And you expect the 8 to be replaced with a 6.
Yep. I expect the output to be
front part of that
right here.
Okay. Doesn't matter if we're going forward or backwards. And missing semicolon.
Well, that sounds believable. Let's go take a look. My lines have one. Where are you?
We have an extra parenthesis on line 7.
Of course I do. Of course we do.
You know how I spot those real fast? I've done them a lot recently.
And if this is my not my last test, I'll be setting a default test values.
Uh-oh.
All right, can't find function get by format. Okay, well, yeah, all right, whatever.
Who's
That's
complaining?
fine. The
line number doesn't
the
give you
get by format.
Okay,
so
that's set
the
by
input
format.
one.
Set by format. Sure, thanks. Autocomplete IntelliSense.
Yeah. So that's fine. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is set my defaults.
Oh, very good. Make testing faster? Is that the only reason?
Yeah. That is it's absolutely the reason.
Good enough motivator for me.
It's good enough for me. So we need to create a new date object. It's not all of them are objects. Formatted. New glide date of inputs dot date, and then we want to we should be able to just get by format wherever I'm calling that now, but I can just set it up here. I meant this to be that, and then is or date dot get by. So that also probably means I'm going to need to do the same for this guy.
Maybe.
So we're going to do new.
Yeah, because it's not a
glide date time.
I'm skeptical whether that's going to work or if we're going to have to do a naked one and then do a set value.
And then this one should be fine because it's using a glide date time object.
Yep.
Yeah. Save.
Should be fine. Dates and times are always the funnest thing to do, said no one ever.
Test.
Some interesting quotes going on in the chat. And with argument string not found.
Line 3.
Yeah, that's kind of what I suspected.
Because it's not a string, it's a date object, but it won't use date object commands on it.
But you can use it in a set value, if I'm not mistaken.
All right.
So instantiate it empty.
Yep. Killing me.
I know.
Killing me, guys.
That's what I suspected. Now do org date set value.
Set value.
You may even want to do a toString on that.
.toString on it, yeah.
Just to be on the extra safe side.
And then
same
probably
thing
the same one here.
Yep.
So yank this out.
They drive me crazy.
Why do I have to set the object type if I can't reference the object type here? Oh, because I'm setting the object type in the, I think when I'm passing it through here, that it's not. So I think my action actually understands the object type, but the script step doesn't. Okay. Well, that makes a little more sense.
That would stand to reason.
Set value. All right. Yes. Run it. You cannot be parsed.
We got like an extra. We need a space in there.
It looks like it just needs a space.
It needs a space. Oops. Rookie mistake.
I can deal with that.
Like,
oh, okay.
That gets one of these.
Womp, womp, womp. I deserved that one. Save it and run it. I'm so glad I set those defaults.
And what now? What could not be?
It passed it in, not in the correct
look
format.
at what it's doing. It's doing year, month, day, and you're saying day, month, year.
Because
it's unparsable because we set the wrong format.
I didn't.
I think you need to change it on your set value.
Where did I
set value? Or not?
I did get that by format and formatted, and then I. Oh.
Okay, that'll help.
I did format it. Oh,
no errors.
We didn't get an error. That's shocking.
Let's hope we got some output. Did we get an output?
The output should be.
I didn't see a return value.
There should be output here, buddy.
Did we didn't do an outputs? Did you?
I created one, but I didn't set it.
Yeah. The script needs to do outputs dot whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, we all do this all the time too.
I almost set up all the inputs and outputs for everything, right? I was really close.
You were on the right track. I'll give you credit for that.
It was almost all of them.
Oh, wait, you didn't set a variable. You're doing a
oh, yes.
You need GDT
outputs dot this guy.
Yep.
Outputs dot
equals
this guy equals GDT.
Do you need the name? Yeah. Your name is all lowercase.
Oh yeah, you need the name, not the label.
Copied the wrong one. Copy pasta.
But no.
Still got to.
You can't set it to GDT. That's an object. Oh, but you're returning a date time. Never mind.
I'm returning a date time object. If that gives me a struggle, me and some input output objects are going to have
some
conversation.
It's going to get to fisticuffs, and I know who's going to lose.
So now we just have time zone issues.
We have time zone issues because that is the right time and date. But well, it's a good thing you picked something early in the morning, so it would do that.
But shifted.
Yeah. So what do we got?
So one of these is setting this not as so one of these gets or sets is not respecting the same time zone format. So let's see. I've got a set value UTC and I've got a set value not UTC on the glide date time. So
try just a set value. If that doesn't work. Oh, okay.
Because that should be enough to fix that problem.
Because
they're all running.
You may need the third one, the one on line 4 also.
There was a one on line 4.
Set date.
The
date will matter. It is time zone aware. No runtime value yet. Oh, no, somebody doesn't like a UTC.
Yeah, he's upset that this isn't a string.
So do a 2 string, see what happens.
Yeah.
Hacking our way through this one.
Wait. Yeah, 2 string.
Still curious about line 4.
Yeah.
And then
does glide date have
does glide date have a UTC equivalent?
Looking. Glide date. What is it? Set value?
Set value.
No. No, it has a set display value and a set value. So leave it as set value since we're not dealing with display values anywhere that I can see. Unless it's coming in as a display value.
Hey, at least we're finally at where we should be with date time issues, which is dealing with time zones.
Where we should be. Somebody doesn't have a set value UTC. Like date time doesn't have a set value UTC?
Yes, it does.
He's just lying to us. Is it set value no TZ?
There's a set value.
I mean, I'm using it further down. It has one.
Takes two arguments.
So maybe I just need to pass it
the date time string and the format string.
Are those required?
It appears so.
Is the UTC part required?
Local time does not have that arg, and set value does not have that arg.
Set value. It is a required parameter.
It is a required parameter.
Okay. Well then. I'll give you what you require.
I'm with Wizard of Floyd. Abolish time zones. When I become emperor of the world, there will be no time zones.
And date
We're just going to work really weird hours.
Inputs.datetime is going to be, I'm going to need to get the thing by a format in order to set it.
Yeah.
I don't know what it's going to give me. Well, I actually do know what it's going to give me. It's going to give me this. That's what it'll give me by default.
You're missing a year. You're missing a Y. Unless my glasses.
No, that's
I've got 4 Ys.
Okay, my glasses are darn astigmatism. Looked like 3.
I wonder if it's going to be angry that I'm not. Daytime.
Join us for exciting hour 2 when we battle dates and times.
We battle dates and times. I probably need to give it the whole thing because this is a time object. Ugh, this is so disgusting now.
What do people struggle with in ServiceNow?
Yep, still off by the same amount.
Still off by the same. Okay. It feels like a display value.
Setting the UTC
on line 15 really feels like it should be a set display value. Because I think our inputs are display values. Which doesn't feel right, but it may be.
So
you could do a get display value on the output.
So I'm guessing I need to do set display values instead of set UTCs.
Or the final one on line 15 when we put it all together.
Well, this one has got to align.
Oh, okay.
They have to be the same for sure.
I'm thinking it's the date and the time. I don't think it's just one.
Potentially we'll need to mess with this one too, but the line 7 and line 15 need to use the same process. So let's go.
And that's what we thought we were doing.
Set display value. String format. All right. Set display value. And
there's 2 versions of this. One is a 1 argument that just has an
and I'm going to do the 2 argument one because I've got a particular format. That's better. Now we're only 5 hours off. I like it. We're only 5. What happens if we're not near? Is this? Which one is throwing us off? let's
I'm
move
wondering
this
what
time
inputs.date.to string is really representing.
to 21.
Where the debugger would come in handy.
Yeah, we're still 5 hours off, but the other way around the clock. Well, I've spent all the time that I want to spend on the screen with this.
Play YouTube while I jump on my other meeting for a while.
Yeah.
Because that's what we really came here to do. You pulled an Arlo Guthrie on us. That's not what I came here to tell you about halfway through the
Brad, can you
15-minute
take
song.
over for a few minutes?
Sure, I can show something. I want this desktop. All right. So James sent me a message saying if I wanted to open up a new workspace tab, I can dispatch this preview record event.
Ooh.
So I have come in to our create artifact succeeded, and it's going to show that error, but then we're also dispatching this preview record event, and it looks like it works. I went ahead and tested it. So let's, we can test it here. So testing new tab. And then it automatically opens it in the new tab.
So you didn't do it from the alert. You just did it right from the...
Yeah, I did it right from the, because it's an action that we have to dispatch.
Yeah.
So I don't think, I mean...
That makes more sense. Then you'd only need to display a message if there's an error.
Yeah, I think we can get rid of the message from here. So I also realized that...
Unless there's an error, what happens if your record creation fails?
Yeah, that's a good, maybe we just change this to be an error message.
Under a certain condition.
I did notice that we did exactly what the usage criteria told us not to, and that I have the little caution icon on the blue info
message. That's the warning icon.
This was the exact example that it told us not to do. So that's at least I'm consistent. All right. Read the usage stuff and then also
Thanks, James.
enact it. Yeah, so that worked. That was good. Do we want to poke around in the repos a little bit? Let's see what we have.
Yeah, I'm going to jump and I'll be back as soon as that other call is over, and then we can do this tag team thing. So I'll catch up where you are when we get back.
All right. Thanks, Chuck.
You're welcome. Talk to you in a little bit.
All right. So we've got a couple of GitHub orgs that we're using for Hacktoberfest. One of them is component specific. That's the one I'm showing on the screen right here. And that's the now components.github.io is where you can get information. And it's got some info on how to interact with it. And then it has some info on the components. So James added this really cool font awesome icon component where if you want to use font awesome icons instead of the icons that we have out of the box there, that's available. Nia added this KB approval card component. And so this, you can do an approval. I was actually considering adding an approval component because that seems like something that you would want to see on a landing page. So that's cool. And oh, it looks like this one, I can preview it by clicking on the little eye icon, and it'll give me a preview of the KB in a modal. So that's pretty cool. We have Page's Spotify component, which shows a Spotify player in an iframe, it looks like, and then my to-do list component that now looks very different. We need to change the screenshot on it. But let's click into some of these. So let's look at the approval card. Oh, we got to go the other way. So here is the org. And you can see that we've got a few repos in here now. One of these, here, let's look at the to-do. We can see that we've got some, can I just show all the pull requests? There we go. So JDeepDeb405 has been in some of these repos and has done a ton of stuff here, including making some visual changes and lots of different things to my to-do component. What is it? Do we have one that has more pull requests? Let's see. We've got the my requests component. Looks like this was just the initial commit. Anyway, lots of components in here. We've had a few people. We've got some maintainers and some contributors, and it seems to be working pretty well. So that's the components. We've also got, if I can get there we go. We also have ServiceNow Dev salary. That's not what we want. So we've got a number of Spoketoberfest repos on ServiceNow Dev Program. And then we also see some other things in here. What if we,
Ooh, narrow it down to repos with the tag.
So we've got Todoist.
If you use the Hacktoberfest tag,
there's
more of them. Oh, that's the
only 45,000. So
yeah, so that's
the global tag.
Clicking it there narrowed it down to that for everybody and not ours.
Yeah, so let's go back and click it here.
There we go. That should be ours now.
So we've got a number of different spokes to contribute to, as well as the points thing for Slack. And then there's also this Now Experience component examples repo, which is, I think it's got what, 6 ServiceNow developed components in it. If you want to, some of them are fairly advanced if you want to poke through those and see how they work.
Yeah, they're pretty great for because they're workspace centric ones. So they're meant to be embedded in workspaces, not landing pages. So they're meant to interact with workspaces directly.
Yeah. I think I have clicked through all the pages. What should we do next?
So do you want me to pick back up on working on the date thing, or should we do some YouTube stuff? Or do you want to work on some components?
Let's do some YouTube stuff.
All right. So I'll pick the screen share back up if I find the right Zoom. Share screen. Yes. Desktop 1. Move Brad off to the side. There we go. So let's go back to my backlog here. And we wanted to, the next step was working on this. So detecting the current or the published parts. So adjust YouTube spoke and in integration to update artifacts when published.
I thought didn't we find out that this was happening? Or am I thinking of something else?
I thought maybe it is, but we're going to look. And if it's not, well, even if it is, I'm going to move that logic from wherever it's living to be centralized because it's probably a business rule or a scheduled job. So we've got our artifacts, and so artifacts, I need to do it on the right instance, not that one. So when we're in the ready to publish state and we've got that YouTube integration that is pulling down these YouTube video records. And here's the published one for the 1010.
So it was Friday?
So that should be Fridays, right?
Yeah, it looks like those are the most recent 3 are all the same.
Oh, really? Those two look the same. They shouldn't be creating duels.
I think they're all, if you look at the video ID.
Oh, the video ID is the same. Well, that's definitely something to fix. Ooh, 4 of them. Oh, we got an issue here. This might be our new story. There's 18,000 of these. That's not good.
I don't think we've done that many YouTube videos.
I'm gonna go with no. We haven't. I don't think there's any business rules on this, but let's check. Yeah, so this is generating the artifact from YouTube video, and that might be something that could go away too. But for the, I think it's a scheduled job. So we've got this refresh YouTube comment that runs daily at 3 o'clock in the morning. That seems right. And so we're going to open up this script, and I'm going to close out some of these other windows. And which, what were we calling? Process my uploads. So this is supposed to do an upsert and shouldn't be inserting new ones. Shouldn't be inserting new ones that have the same ID. So let's take a look at this, because this is bad. Shouldn't be doing that.
Upload
That's
playlist
fine.
ID.
Items, tokens. All right, so get my uploads. And then process video items. So create or update video record. So this is our upsert, and it's supposed to be going off of the video ID and narrowing it down to item.id. So we're passing in the item. And so we should be querying this YouTube. This YouTube here, this table based off of one of these. So here's the ID field, which is different than the video ID. And so here's the videos ID. And what we noticed, right, Brad, was that this one is actually the same as this one, but it is different than this one.
Yeah.
But the video IDs are all the same. And so this appears to be our unique identifier, not this, whatever this is.
Yeah, I don't know why that one's different and then the other three are the same.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to have a good reason. It's all the same YouTube record with all the same content.
The ones that were the same have the same published at date, and the other one is different. They're all updated on different days. Yeah, I think video ID is, yeah.
Yeah. So I think we need to adjust that. I'm not sure why we have to adjust this. It seems like YouTube has changed their API is what happened. And so instead of querying ID, we need to query on the video ID field, which is this thing, which is video underscore ID.
And Chuck says stick with video ID. He's in another call and also watching our YouTube stream.
And this is what we want, right? For that query is this guy. Does that make sense? We're now querying the video ID field with the video ID.
Yep.
And then everything else should be fine. So that's good there. And I'll test this separate. But back to our story now, which is I wanted to, and that might be part of what the automation. So there's no business rule on this that's updating the published part, but I think maybe we had a flow that was doing it. So let's go take a look.
I think there are some YouTube flows.
And so let's see if there's a publish name in it all. No? How about just YouTube or video?
Update, no.
So that's getting the stats. That's the description. Get stats, update the record. Nope. Maybe it's a subflow. Publish video live stream YouTube. Nope. Okay. So we look better over here now. One-time sync video with live stream. Sync video with live stream. Let's see what this
one's
draft one does. Look up artifact records for each item in YouTube video records. So look up the records. Okay. And this is in the video one. Draft contains, published contains. All right. For each item, update the artifact record. So this is setting them to published. So I think this one is doing it. It's just not active.
Well, could it be the other one? There was another one that was sync video with live stream.
But this is that one-time logic where once I match up, run once. Ugh. Really?
Open the other. There was a sync video with YouTube.
Yeah.
Different flow.
There was. Let's take a look at that.
It was right under the one time. Yeah, there it is.
Published. Yeah. So when those records are created there, looks up. Yeah. All right. Hey, I think we did it.
Victory.
And I think the reason why I thought we hadn't is because we're having issues with the video IDs syncing correctly. Let's make sure this is triggering off the right thing, which is the video ID on the trigger. Yeah. That looks right. Well, guess what I'm going to do?
Boom.
I'm going to put it in testing. So I have to pick up some testing. The next thing that I wanted to do with the YouTube scheduling was, what did I want to do next with the, I don't think there was, oh, I needed to finish the upload one. Do I even have that one? I don't think I have it. Let's do that. We're going to create a new story. Add flow to upload. Yeah. So what I wanted to do here is leverage the new YouTube APIs because I built this myself previously and it wasn't quite right. so I never deployed it. So we're going to upload attached video to YouTube. And this is going to go in Artifact Manager. Yeah. So I may or may not need some YouTube spoke additions. I think I might have everything I need. So created or updated on artifact table. State changes to I might need a, you think I should do ready to publish?
What is this going to do? Upload.
This is going to upload an attached video to YouTube.
Yes. Yeah, I think ready to publish is right.
Or should I have a different state or?
I think ready to
Type.
publish. So that uploads the video to YouTube, and then publish would actually
I think this is actually a good time for a question, which is, do I want to, for those, instead of it being an artifact, do I just have the person create a YouTube record and trigger the automation off that?
Instead of in an artifact? I don't know, because we don't really interact with that YouTube record table.
Right, but we're starting to a little bit. But the type is video and moves to ready to publish. And I think the only time this will happen is when I have an attachment, but I want to see if, I don't think there's a way to check to see if I have an attachment here. So we'll leave it like that for now.
Chuck made a good point on attaching a video to a record in the chat. If you've got a pretty big video, it may take a while to upload the attachment into the instance.
Yeah, it will.
Why don't we start from YouTube, just uploading the video to YouTube?
Because this is for other people who don't have ability to upload video.
Okay.
Right? So this is for people who want us to post a video. And so we're going to put in some approval logic to even get it to, like, only only approvals will be able to. And in fact, we could put an approval in here right now.
Yeah.
In fact, let's do that. Oh, it's not task-based. Yeah.
In this one, do we want to add an approval state then instead of ready to publish? Like they would want to create the artifact.
Yeah.
Really, we would just give people like a record producer that says, upload your video. They attach it to the record producer and say, I want to push this to YouTube, and then we would create either a video or artifact record on our end.
So let's go ahead and adjust that state. Videos. Or do we want to have an approval? We need an approval state or an approval field anyway. Let's create the approval field.
Yeah, do we want some sort of request like before it even becomes an artifact? I don't know that I want like rejected artifacts.
That can be so yes, but I'm solving I have attachments on artifact. Like I already have this process. I'm already doing it. I'm just trying to automate that part of it right now, which is uploading the video. So I have artifact records in which I have to download the attachment and then upload it to YouTube. And I'm automating that bit right now.
Okay. Why don't we just automate that bit and then handle the approval and everything in a previous state?
Yeah.
Yeah, separately.
Okay. So YouTube, which is upload video. And we want, this is the, so I'm going to need to do a lookup first of the attachment. Lookup attachment. And I'm going to need to look up an attachment on this record. And is there lookup attachments? Why do I need
get attachment record?
Get attachments on
returns
record.
A list and count. Oh, that is named poorly. Get attachments on record. Was that what it was called on the list?
Yeah.
I read get attachment record.
And I don't know the file name. And this is going to be, I'm still going to need to do something to this, right?
Yeah, I think you may need to loop through them and then grab the ones that are videos.
Because this is a list of records.
Yeah.
And I need to get a record out of it. Actually, I just need like the sys IDs of the records. I wonder if I can like take this guy and do a transform to a string on this bad boy. Get item from array. No, I don't want a complex item. I want like just
Does complex data have a something to string? No.
XML.
Get item from array.
Yeah, but I don't want the complex. Yeah. I just want a single. I just want a sys ID. I want the 0th item, and then can I also then to string it? Like I want to turn that object into a string.
What if you click on string on the left? Do we get more options? No. Yeah.
Let's see what it gives me. And then this is going to be
enter a URI.
Let's go look to see what the thing says. No, that's not what I wanted. I want can you show me the words? I want the words for this. The set video metadata action.
So you have to set the metadata first.
Okay. All right. Yeah, okay. So we need this. Got it. Well, that makes sense. So here. I guess we'll do it inside of this.
Well, I don't think we ever actually stepped in there. Because you grabbed the first item in the array.
Yeah, but I think I'm going to move that in here and do that. Set video metadata. And the title is going to be here. Down, title. And description is going to be description. And public. And yeah, well, that's fine. Done. And now you are going to go here. You're going to go away. And then this is going to be set URI. Bam. And then this is get items from array, nth item on attachment. I need record here, not. So this should just be the record sysid. Right?
Yeah.
Then I don't need to do anything sneaky. And there's only ever going to be one, but that's okay. I think that's all I have to do. Get the attachments on the
looks
record.
promising.
No. This is the get attachments on the record. Yeah. I thought for a second I'd put this as the artifact sysid, and I was like, that's not what goes there. This is the sysid of the attachment that's on the artifact, which is what I need here. The actual attachment itself. And then we're going to, should we set it to published, or should we let the sync do that?
I feel like we should probably let the sync do that.
I think we can let the sync do that. So the when it detects the YouTube video exists, what I should do is update at least the URL on the artifact. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's how it's going to know to sync. because otherwise it can't sync. So we want the planned published, or the URL.
That's it.
The draft URL is going to be a returned object. This guy. Oh, he's inside of the thing. I need him. I guess I'll just move this inside. You're moving inside, buddy. We're still only doing this once, but whatever. It's fine. And we should get a video ID back. Actually, that's not what we want. We want the video ID. Nope.
Because the video ID is it's on the video record.
Yeah, so we're going to have to like do.
What is the URI?
It's a good question. Let's go take a look. Location. And location is that
so
might
get that back from
be the YouTube endpoint for the video. But I'm not sure. I'd have to go take a look at this video's upload, because I'm not sure that those are the same thing. So I'm going to set it the way I know it'll work. And the format is just, should just be, let's go look at one of our existing ones. Yeah. So looks like that. Watch, and then we plop in the video ID here. Done. Save. And I'm not going to test this because it takes a really long time to do this on the stream, because it's uploading a freaking video. But this feels like the right thing. So I'm ready to go test this. So you ready to take the ball for a little while?
Yes. Actually, sorry, give me 2 minutes.
Sure. So let's take a look at, we can go take a look at this API and see if maybe I didn't need to do that. Shocking. I have been on this page before. Upload a video. It's a simple. I want this is not the page I want. Actual like API page better. Video insert. Videos upload resumable. Videos. Video. Yeah. Upload. And what we get back, That's our parameters. What do you give me? Video resource. And we said location. Where's location in this? Right? It was location.
Okay, I am back.
The processing. Said parse. Location.
Are you testing it?
I was looking
or trying
at
to figure out.
I was looking at the API on the uploading that metadata to see if there was anything, like, I'm not actually sure. It doesn't have a locations here. So I'm confused. So in their API, I don't see.
Yeah, it said one of the headers is location.
Yeah, and
well, inputs.
So I'd have to inspect
headers.
that. So I need to run this and inspect it and see if what I get back is actually a URL I can actually use. So I'll finish looking at that, and you're ready to take the ball?
Yeah, I am. Let's okay.
Looks like you have the ball. Yay.
Let's go over here. And we'll zoom in. That's too big. So I think one of the things I want to do is a little off script. But I want to be able to easily push out our blog posts by 2 weeks. And I think I want to do that with the workspace equivalent of a UI action. Which maybe is a UI action.
They are. They're still UI actions. They're just, and you can get to the configuration up there in the little dotted thing, can't you?
Yeah.
To add one. Thought that was up there. Oh, at your name
it's up here.
level. There it
Configure
is.
workspace. All right. So well, let's Google it. Workspace UI actions. Yeah. So this is on a form list item. System definition. Oh, it's just a UI action. All right. So we're just going to create a regular old UI action that pushes our date out 2 weeks. So let's push 2 weeks. I hate the name of this UI action. I will probably change it at some point. Artifact. Is that not the name of our table? There we go. So I want to put it in the list. I'm going to want to multi-select, so we'll make it a list choice. Workspace. Oh, it can only go on the form in Workspace, I believe.
Oh, okay.
That doesn't help me. If I'm on the form, I'm just going to change the date at that point.
So there are no contextual ones at all?
I don't think for the list, and I had thought this was the case. So the thing you can do is hit the edit button, and I guess we could just change this. I could just change it here. It's not quite as good as I wanted it to be.
Yeah, because we wanted to like right click, move it forward.
Yeah.
Right? Interesting.
What else do we have that we could do?
It would, we probably don't want to do this, but a potential way around that would be, well, no, that would still be the form view.
So
Is to have a workspace. Yeah, no, that'd still be the form view.
a more long-term thing that I've thought about is just creating our own component for the landing page that lists the artifacts and gives us some of our common actions from the list that we want to take on the artifacts. But
Yeah.
that's a longer term thing than we can do this morning. I guess let's look at the backlog. I know Chuck had some stuff he wanted to do when he gets back.
Do you want to pick up on the and maybe I can pick it up if you want. I need like 10 more minutes before I can pick up something though. You want to look at the artifact creation blog creation from Artifact Manager one.
Oh yeah, let's take a look at that.
And if it needs much more, if you're still going after 10 minutes, I can pick up in the middle there.
Yeah, let's do it. So this was, I think, a subflow where we are creating a blog post in GitHub from an artifact. So my subflow, it takes in an artifact, and then the output is a URL. So we've got a custom action here. So in our action, we are taking the artifact in and basically, we're building out the stub. So this is the format of our blog post. It has the stub up at the top, and that's where we set the author, the title of the post, the date, the slug. So this is blog.do/ whatever we have here, and then any tags. And then we're going to set it to draft as true. So that's where we're building the stub.
I think we might be like really close on this one.
I think we are.
Not sure if it's fully.
I think we may have successfully.
Maybe the subflow is done and it just needs to be linked into LinkedIn.
Yeah. So then we are building the header and actually sending to GitHub. And then the last one here, we're just updating the artifact record. Yeah. So are we calling this from a flow yet? When did we build this?
Yeah, that's the thing. I think we just didn't link it up.
Yeah, I think we just tested it.
I think we tested it and stopped.
Oh. So that was the beginning of September. Yeah, I don't think we have a flow for it. We should probably test it to make sure it works, huh? Let's create a test artifact. I think that's about all we needed. Well, let's add a planned publish date that's not today.
And we can look at the inputs and see what other inputs it needed, but
yeah, I think that was about it. Oh, we can't do it by the, what did I call this? Testing blog creation. I thought we might have.
Oh yeah, this is dev, and
yeah,
it probably is not got that credential.
This looks correct though.
That stuff looks good though.
Yeah.
So let's build a trigger that does it, and then we can get the credential in.
Yeah.
But we can go ahead and work on the trigger flow.
So what do we call the create blog in GitHub? Do we have Artifact Manager synced? Or was that in an update set
Yes, sir.
somewhere?
Artifact Manager is synced. And it is currently, like, it is well synced right now.
Nice.
As of like this morning.
All right, so when do we want to send it? Maybe ready to work?
Probably ready to work.
That's what I think.
So probably something like changes to ready to work and doesn't have a draft URL.
All right. So no. All right, so the output is the URL. All right. We need to update anything else?
Draft URL really is the key trigger here, right? That's what we're getting back that we want. So I think that's it. It's changed to ready to work, and the draft URL is empty, and then after this is done, the draft URL is not empty. And we're ready to go. That seems about right. Do you want to take a look to see what it would take to push a update or put some content in there if there's some content in the record?
Yeah, so if we wanted to...
So, if we want to update that subflow to be able to grab the content from the content block and put it in the content area of the thing at creation time.
Yeah. I don't love using the content field because it's HTML. I guess we could just get the display out of there.
Yeah, well, it doesn't have to be the content field.
Yeah, we could use one of the other ones.
It can be whatever field Brad wants it to be.
Yeah, I mean, I think that should be pretty easy. Let's our blogs are written in Markdown. So here's some beautifully written Markdown. Let's go take a look at our action that's creating the stub. It's this one. Yeah, I guess we can, because if there's nothing in the abstract, then we just wouldn't put anything here. I think we need to abstract. I think that should be it. Let's see. That's.
Yeah, we can at least generate
we can test it.
a rough approximation of what will be generated.
Where's my subflow? This is the subflow. Oh, that's right. All right, so when in doubt, refresh the whole thing and then change it. Oh, that's right. We're processing the whole subflow, so it's not gonna, but this should work. But it did not. Did I save my, I did? Oh, do I need to publish the action?
Yes, because it.
Yeah. Well, let's test just the action.
Yeah,
That's what we should have done in the first place.
Because the flow will use the unpublished subflow version if there's a published one.
There we go. That looked like it worked. Should we add an annotation here that shows up, or maybe a field message that shows up if this is a blog post that says, hey, the abstract is where you would put your markdown?
Yes. What? Yes.
Because I think otherwise I'm going to forget.
In fact, maybe not even annotation. Why don't we just change the field label? With like,
is this, do we use it for anything else?
For blogs? No, I'm saying for blogs, like change the.
Yeah, but blog's just a type.
Yeah. But on
just use a client script to change the label. All right.
Right. I said client script. I don't say client scripts very often. So I'm not a fan. But I think this is one of those times where I just want to change it.
All right. Let's do some client scripting.
I'm back.
Thanks
hey, Chuck.
For coming back, Chuck.
Good stuff. Come in and go back.
We're going to change a field label with a client script.
So where does one access the blog markdown file? I mean, we're going to have a link to that, or you just got to know, or and do I have access when we create this stub, or do I need to fork that and then pull request that back somewhere? What's the mechanics of that look like?
So the first pass we just made on it, Chuck, was that you could paste your markdown into a field versus an attachment.
All right.
We could also do an attachment part, but that's what we just did just now was you paste your markdown.
Okay. And that's reasonable. That goes in the abstract field?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And we could probably have it generate the abstract from the podcast record.
Yeah.
Eventually. Is there a G form? Man, it has been a long time since I've written
right?
clients.
What are you looking to do?
We're going to change the display label.
The label. Oh.
I don't know that that's a... I shouldn't have clicked on that. It said Jakarta. Set label of. What was that? Change label of... I really don't want to do any DOM manipulation.
No.
No. I think maybe we use a field message instead of changing the label. Well, let's first look at the GForm API and make sure there's not a... I don't want mobile, or is it just glide form?
Glide form. Here she is.
Only 39.
Half of them are probably hidden.
So
yeah, label of.
Is there a set label?
That's what we're wondering.
Yeah.
That label of. It's an actual factual supported thing. There's one we've never dealt with before.
All right, let's try it.
Field name, string label. Why not?
Oh yeah, I guess we could have just field name is abstract.
Did you want a condition on this of some type? Like if the type
yes.
is markdown?
Yes, we sure do.
It's just relabel the data field.
Let's go.
Blog markdown? Sure. Markdown is fine.
I like blog markdown.
Okay. And when you if gform.get value something.
I want to make sure this is going to work first.
Yeah. Conditionless. Unconditionally change that label. Look at that.
Hey, it did work.
I saw it change. I saw it. There was a reaction time in there.
I kind of love that there's only one client script.
I don't use them that often either.
Look at that long name. Is it just type?
Oh, I think we answered that question last episode or the episode before when we were doing the drop-down list. I'm pretty sure it's type.
Let's just guess and see if that's it.
Brad's feeling risky today. Let's just guess.
All right. That was not it.
Cursors.
So
it's type.
It is type.
But the value is
value.
Blog. We were so close.
I would have gone with blog. We can turn this into a game show. What is blog for 200?
Blog markdown. Let's check something else.
Check
Try
check a
different
not blog.
not blog.
Abstract.
Abstract.
All right.
Set label up. There's your new friend for the hour.
Yeah, set label up. Who knew?
Hey, that's pretty great. What? I think that's good to go. You wanna just do you want to move the credentials and do a real test, or do you want to just save that?
Let's just save this. We've got a little under an hour left, and I know Chuck wanted to do something. What are we? This is what we need to publish. I think we're all up. So, yeah. All right.
Woohoo!
Well, that was easy, assuming that it works when we move it.
You want to go ahead and commit that code at least?
Sure.
Very nice. Don't commit any of Andrew's changes.
Partial commits are pretty tasty.
All right. Does this look right?
Once again,
my
Andrew has
complex
commitment
objects.
issues.
Those are from the Flow Designer stuff, right?
Yep.
All right. Flows.
Ta-da! It's a wonderful thing.
You ta-da'd before it completed.
I have faith. It's a big app. Your commit's going to take a while. I think the bigger the app, the longer it takes, the fewer commits you make. Hey, let's publish every day. No, it takes like an hour.
Oh, all right. Success.
There you go.
All right.
Okie doke.
Sweet. Thanks, Brad.
Yeah.
Chuck, you ready to do some YouTubing?
Can be. I can be. I'm just kind of looking up a cheat sheet over here, see what I can get. Need Flow Designer and Studio on a different screen. In case I forget. Because there's some good stuff. Oh, I'm on the wrong instance. That kind of blows. I hate it when that happens. I think I've got my credentials set up. I'm going to do this off my PDI, but I'm going to reproduce work I've already done rather than import it because it's done. It's one of those things that, if you do something the second time, it always turns out better most of the time. All right, I'm going to do a share screen. This will stop the other screen sharing. Do you want to continue? Sure do. And I want to share that desktop. Let's see how well the screen is aligned. How does that look? I kind of
That's pretty good.
I guesstimated based on our adjustments earlier. 3 hours later, we can figure this out.
Yeah, you have just a tad. We can't see the X on the message, but
I can bring that in.
That's all right.
I can bring that in. Come on. Trackpad, go.
Yeah, looks good.
Better? Okay,
Yep.
so I pulled down the YouTube spoke from my repo, which is forked from the same repo, the empty repo that we got before. Nope, that's my original one, YouTube spoke. I believe that's what I'm going to be replicating. Boy, that looks familiar. Okay, we'll go with that. This is my source material, and let's do a file switch, and my PDI should have not the one from the repo. I guess I didn't pull that in. So let's go import source control to GitHub from me. Thought I had this set up. I had it set up on the others. My fault. Repos, YouTube enhance. Can't see behind the camera. There we go. Copy. That master credential. Sure, that looks like a good description for a credential. And I should get a big empty slag heap. I want to check my other instance because this should be a very, very close approximation to the select application, YouTube enhancement spoke. Meanwhile, on another screen, Chuck's doing a file switch. Come on. To my old YouTube spoke, which thinks it has things to upload. No, this is the same. Okay, good. I don't need a separate screen. I can do this all through Studio if I have to. So my methodology may be a little different than yours because my thinking starts from the credentials in that the API key is a better assumption than OAuth for system to system integrations. You have OAuth, it's tied to somebody's user account and credentials, and you can run into retry and expiry times and whatnot. So I went and generated an API key for my YouTube API key credentials. Click. What is wrong with my clicking skills today? So I have YouTube API key. Hey, look, a new version of Stream Deck is available on the other screen. Squirrel. We want YouTube enhancement spoke, and apparently I put this in the wrong spoke. So there's part one of our problem. We need the API key out of there. Not going to change this because I can pull this down. I'll redo the credentials later. Let's go into Flow Designer and build. Because right now I have absolutely nothing. Flow. And flow some more. We're going to start by building out some actions. And actions that I had once upon a time. What in Green Acres is going on over here? Okay. I want to do a simple look up a video. So let's do an action. Actually, I don't think I have anything in here. I have my old YouTube spoke. Look up videos, look up video. Okay, that's not a good description. This should be a simple REST request. Okay, ensure it's a single video. So do a trim, do a split, take element 0 and 2 semicolons just for safety. I want to reproduce that. This should go pretty quickly.
I think you may need a third semicolon, actually.
First semicolon doesn't work. Put in another one.
The second semicolon needs a third one to.
I can't say why or when I did that. All right, this is going to be a new lookup video. All we're going to do is pass it a video ID and get some metadata back about it. So categories. This is a good time to start thinking about how we want to structure our menus. And if I were going to do a lookup video, I'd probably go like, we need a category for videos, a category for playlists, a category for I don't know what else. I thought I had some ideas once upon a time, but let's start there. We can always recategorize later. So let's do a new category for video. Sure. Well, how do you usually do these? Alphabetic or by popularity? Video is alphabetically pretty far down, so let's leave ourselves some growth room. Category created. Action created. Did I get that in the wrong scope? No. Good. It defaults to the current scope. Oh, wait. Did I? Yay. Okay, good. Oh, I get nervous when I create things in the wrong scope. And we need a... Like I said, this should go pretty quickly because... Oh, data panel's too big. I'm like, where's my create input? I don't get caught by that too often. We'll call this video ID. Video ID sounds good. It will be a string and it better be mandatory or you're not going to be doing much looking up today. And like Mr. Andrew Barnes, let's do our outputs as well. Now, on the other hand, I don't know how I got here. Outputs. Thank you. I return an object, which is going to be interesting because we should have a standardized object that we're using, which means we could do a template. What kind of things do you usually look for when you get video information?
I'm sorry, what was that, Chuck?
I'm looking at the return values that I want to send out of this action, and it's going to be the metadata about the video. So my object, my video is going to be an object. What kind of things do you usually look for when you're... Why didn't that stick? What sort of metadata do you look for when you're getting a video from YouTube? Why is that not creating me an action output of type object? Video, object. Do we have an issue here, people?
I think I might be able to hear you now.
There.
Chuck.
Okay.
I was having trouble hearing you.
When you get a video from YouTube, what sort of metadata are you looking for as the output? Title, description?
The consumption from that, the biggest thing normally is the video ID and the description and when it was published.
When it was
are like
published.
the three really important ones.
I go a little further than that. At least I did on the karaoke app, and I looked for the duration to see how long it is, where it's allowed and where it's blocked, because there are regional settings. I don't know if we care about those here, but they do come in handy later when somebody says, "Hey, I'd like to watch your video." And
oh yeah, I've never consumed that.
okay.
So that
There's
would be
also channel information so that we can hook it up to a parent channel by ID and title. So we may want that as well. I find that very handy because channel and video are often... we may be tracking an artifact that's actually published to somebody else's channel.
yeah,
we had a discussion about that.
That would be
ID is
appropriate.
String. There's that magic plus down here. We can just add a few more.
So the last thing that I get, and I have a separate action for it, is the view stats. But I do that as a separate.
You do that as a separate call, or do you want that as part of the metadata?
It could be part of this metadata, but I currently that is like its own individual call, is just getting a video's stats, and that's all it does. It's a very targeted thing right now, but this could abstract that and make it
one call.
Okay,
let's do title, description. I'm going to put allowed in here just so we have it. Blocked. That could go in a regional settings object of its own, but let's keep it simple for now. Channel. Actually, you said stats. Let's do stats first. Stats or statistics? How would you like that?
Stats.
Okay. Stats.
Works for me. Stats is an object. And what kind of things do we have in there?
The view count.
View. Is it views or view? Works for me.
I think it's views, and then
that's going to be an integer, right?
And then the thumbs up, thumbs downs, and then
Likes,
the last thing is number of comments, but that's an entirely separate query from the video. Really, is getting comments for a video, I think, is its own.
Comments should be its own separate thing.
Yeah, that should be its own interaction.
Okay, integer for likes. Come on, where's my magic plus? There it is. Hey, thanks for, that's a weird place for that. Dislikes will also be an integer. And okay, comments. So those three, view count, likes, and dislikes. There don't want to be typos because this is going to be a template later.
That should be it.
Create another object. Not there. There. Channel info. Channel is going to be an object as well. We really just need from the Chanel ID and the title. Okay, we have a nice video object to return. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Save that. We have our inputs, we have our outputs, and I'm really hoping we can use the JSON parser here. We don't know yet. I want to.
That would be handy, right?
It really would. It really would. So first I want to clean this up. I want to sanitize my input with a script. So my input is going to be video ID. Let's call that video ID. Value is going to be from the inputs video ID. Works for me. And we'll just say outputs.video ID equals. Better not forget to create an output. Video ID is a string as well. Inputs.video ID .trim. Make sure it doesn't have any garbage on it. Split in case somebody decided to pass in more than one.
Hey, Chuck.
Take the 0. Yeah.
Maybe I lost a little of the context earlier.
Mm-hmm.
How is this different than the existing lookup video action?
I will show you. That's where it comes in right here. The existing video action uses a connection alias that assumes you have OAuth authentication. Everything that's out of the box is based on OAuth.
Oh.
And I like I said, I'm a firm believer that a system-to-system connection, like ServiceNow to YouTube, if you've got an API key, use it.
So why didn't you just start from copying that one and then changing the credential type and connection?
I don't believe I have that one loaded on this one.
Oh, well, that's a really good reason why you didn't copy it then.
I didn't have it loaded from the store.
And the reason I asked that is because I just pulled it up and I was looking at the output variables and I was like, oh, okay. Title, video ID, channel ID, channel title, publish time, view count, like count, dislike count, comment count, duration.
Although the duration, I'm not sure what it comes back as. I am going to convert that into a glide date time. It comes back as an object?
Currently, it's an object with days, hours, minutes, and seconds.
That feels a bit unusable because you're still going to need to convert it to something that you can use in a record somewhere. Because it comes back from YouTube as an ISO date.
Yeah, I think I would
one of about
adjust it.
200 formats. The one that I see most commonly out of YouTube, it says PT 314. You're like, okay, that's the number of seconds. Fat load of good that does me.
Okay, cool.
So I mean, we can always tweak this later, but the resource path is videos. It is a get. And here is where the query parameters come in, because the one that I absolutely love is from the REST credential value. There's my API key. And for me, it's way easier to set up a an API key credential than it is OAuth. We all know how much we love OAuth. Okay, ID is going to be my video ID input or the script step output. That'll work. And our favorite part, the part. We remember all about these. And we want snippet and content details, because content details contains, if I remember right, the likes and the dislikes. And oh no, statistics is also in there because we want the likes and dislikes. So statistics.
Yep.
I think that's it. Oh, we also don't forget your accept. What do you want back? I've seen APIs fail on this. It ain't fun, kids. And I don't think we have anything on retry policy or anything else.
ID.
What?
In part, you get back the ID as well.
From the snippet.
Yeah, if you want to break it out from there.
Yeah, I mean, it's right at the top level. It's like item.id.
Okay.
All right. Now, here's where, let's just do a quick test. We should see the response payload before we parse it. Oh, I need a video ID. Darn it. YouTube. We'll do something from this community, I guess. Let's go get this one.
On for just one more minute?
Yeah, one more minute. An Arizona phone number I don't recognize. The phone went off. Where was I? Flow designer test. I'm kind of getting behind your idea of a default value. For now, I'm going to paste that over in VS Code on another screen so I can run and get it. Processing. Action. No pink. Woo-hoo. Let's see. What do we get? Where's our response payload? Our response body. Response body. Method failed. 400. That's not good. Unknown part. Content details. Oh, don't make me go to the videos. Is it videos list? No, it's... I don't want a list. /videos, part, content details, statistics, snippet. What did I type wrong? And what part didn't it like? It didn't tell me what part it didn't like. Close that down for a sec. Snippet, content details. Oh, I got a dot in there. Can I blame that on the font? Save.
Always.
Test. Paste. Run. We want minor success here. This is how they get built. We haven't even got to the fun of a data stream yet. Aha. Oh, well, no, that's my object. It has absolutely nothing in it because I didn't parse anything yet. But down here, oh, nothing. Nothing in the items? That's interesting. Okay, let's do it this way then. Over here in our test bench, snippet, content details, and yeah, select that. Comma, statistics, ID, boom, run. Yeah, fine. I'll play along. And that worked fine. Ah, the fun of REST APIs. Is that not what I said? Get rid of that. We don't need you anymore. Back in Flow Designer, what did I send? Name, key, value, attributes. Thank goodness the key is masked. Snippet, content details, statistics, ID, value, nothing. What? How did I not get a value out of that? Well, it's not going to return me anything if I don't have anything. What was the output of the script step? Script step had no output. Okay. You know what?
Did you not to set the? No, you've got to.
Oh, well, that's a funny name.
Viddy.
Yeah. And
oh.
I can't edit that thing. What the heck? Okay. Fine. You know what I'll do to you? I'm going to delete
him.
Edit. When in doubt, take it out. Video ID string.
Just a note there. Particular here. I think you're fine. But be careful when you're killing an output variable and putting it back. Make sure you save between those actions. Especially if you're trying to overwrite a name. The label is fine, but if you're trying to overwrite a name,
that one appears to have worked.
Save.
Okay. Run one more time. And we have nothing. Oh, because I still haven't parsed it yet. Okay. Oh, look at that. Nothing. What in the world? Okay, that doesn't look like a very good value. Or is it supposed to? And it's still called VIDI. All right, let's take your suggestion. Delete, save, create, save, right?
Yes, sir. I get a little nervous with the
not
records.
That one. Not that
script step outputs.
Script step output. Looks fine to me. You know what? I'm going to do a whole page refresh on this just to see what it thinks it's thinking. And okay. I'm missing something. Fine, we'll do it again. Delete, save. Wholly unnecessary, but okay. What? Here, just to make sure I'm not going to fat finger this. And save. No, I lost my copy paste buffer with the ID. Go get that. Test, paste, test. I just want to see the output of that script step. It's driving me nuts. What is it about this show that always trips us up on the simple things? Okay, step output.
There we go, runtime value. Yay!
Yay, we got a runtime value there. And, oops, that's not what I was looking for. I want the... That's looking better. Okay, we have a payload. That's step one. Get data. Okay, now I think when I originally wrote this, it was pre-Paris, and I didn't have a JSON parser, so... Oh, please let us do this. Actually, I kind of wanted that output, didn't I? So I can paste it in here.
You can still go get it.
Ooh,
It's in the
that's true. It's in the
executions. You can just
execution
click
details.
executions from right there.
Yep.
Yeah.
Fair enough. No, not there. It's in the steps. Okay, so we want the response body. Take that. I didn't check. Do we have likes and dislikes? We do. View count 71, like 1, comment count 1. Looks good to me. We got everything we wanted out of that payload. And we just dump it in here? No. Yeah, dump it in here. I haven't
And
used
then
this
click
too much
outside
yet.
of there, and then it'll let you hit generate target.
Generate target. Something about on blur, on focus, whatever. Okay, so why is my JSON parser step up here?
It just wanted to go where it wanted.
I can't move it. That blows. Watch where you're stepping, kids. JSON parser. Go. Do that. Click. Generate. Root. Blah, blah, blah. Good. Okay. Now, to map this to our object. Now, output's here. Wasn't there like a save template thing somewhere when you're defining the object? Edit outputs. I thought there was like a save as template. Where was that? I always seem to find it when I'm not looking for it, and I've had varied success with this.
What are you looking for?
Save as template. So I can take this definition, this object definition.
Oh, and apply it somewhere else? Oh, I don't remember where that is. It's probably it.
I'm not dealing
out
with
of edit outputs and maybe after you save it.
Well, I did define it and I did save it a number of times. This hasn't changed in the last several saves. Edit outputs.
Drop down.
Under here.
Save
it was
as
under
template.
here. Save as template.
There he is.
Okay. So save as template. We're going to call this video, maybe. Okay, save that. Because what I did in the karaoke app was before we had a JSON parser, I just called another script step that did the mapping for me in a script include. And that was all nice and everything. But now I want, this is going to give me an object with this root stuff, right? But I want to dig out the necessary pieces from here into my object. I'm trying to think what I need now. It's not a script. How can we
So I think let's just take a second and remind everybody what we're doing. So we're working in Flow Designer, working on a new action. So it's in an integration hub action to leverage the lookup video feature. And there's an out-of-the-box spoke that does this, but that is using OAuth, and Chuck's application needs to use the application,
the API key.
The API key. And so we're sort of doing some replication from that, but effectively we're rebuilding that lookup video to use a different authentication profile.
And it's a good exercise of the steps you need to take to build a REST API.
Yeah.
So given that, we've got our payload here, but I want to map them to my output object. So we've got one object here, we got one object here. How do we get pieces out of one into another? Can we do that in a drag and drop, or do we have to script that nonsense? I don't think we have a step that says create object. Payload builder? Generate a flat JSON or XML? No. Mail, log, SMS, parser, PowerShell, SOAP.
So what are you looking for?
I'm looking for a way to take the output of this JSON parser,
Yeah.
which is going to be a lovely structure of exactly what YouTube gave me back.
Yeah.
With my array of items and blah, 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 because my channel information is in here somewhere, my ID and title and everything is in here somewhere. And I want to map it onto this structure, the simplified version.
The simplified version.
I mean, the other...
Can you just click and pull the data pills across?
So yeah,
you can.
You can click and pull the data pills
That's
across.
what I'm looking for.
The other option. Yep. The other option is to see what happens when you drop that object in the top level object and see what populates. But you might need to create a new output object, drop the JSON object into there, and then remove the parts from that created object that you don't want.
Would there be any harm in just returning this entire JSON object to the flow or subflow and just say, here, you deal with it? Well, yes, there is, because we don't have the dates and times the way we want them.
Right.
That's, so when you go into content details and you look at like duration, it's going to give us one of those crazy formats, which is why I think I did it in script last time. Boogers. Okay, here's what I'm going to do. This isn't my favorite way to do it, but I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to create a new script include, if we haven't already built one similar to this, for my YouTube utilities. This is where things like date conversion go. And plural or singular? That's interesting. It has X_Brad. Nice scope name.
You're welcome.
All right. And I am going to wholeheartedly, if copy paste works on this field, rip this off and put it right in here. It worked. Okay. So things like this that we've done 100 times before. If I pass you a URL from YouTube, you're going to parse out an ID from it. If I give you one of those Z times, you're going to give me back a glide date time, or other way around. Just those handy little things. This is another one of those crazy, I call it P times, P2 seconds, PT to seconds. Get ID list from HTML. This worked for an email import. Like if somebody forwards me an email, I can get an array of IDs out of there. Don't know if we'll be using that in this particular instance, but here's my object maker, where I pass in one of these crazy items, item.id, item.snippet, and I put it into my object with converted duration. And I also, this is your friend, kids. Don't assume your object always has like the objects within it. Use has own property before you start accessing things so you don't get null pointer exceptions and undefines all over the place. Say only go to this part if you can go to that part. And that is that. But I want to, you know what? I think I used the duration conversion as a separate action. I'm pretty sure I did. Well, that's no fun. Okay. We had channel. We also had an object in here for, I'm just going to do it this way for now. Stats, which came from item dot something dot something dot something. Forgot a colon in here. You can do it this way, but you may not want to. You know what? Given our discussion about just dragging data pills, that seems like an easier way to do this, doesn't it?
It depends on, if you're doing the data conversion or not.
But I'm not in this particular.
And in this case, if you're not doing that, then
it's not.
Yeah, drop the data pills.
Okay, but I'm still going to save that because I do have functions in there that I want to use later. Well, let's go back to Flow. Let's get our ID. Yoink. We're not on. Why isn't it lit up?
Because that is a array of objects.
Okay. Oh, and this is not. And I'll bet my scripted Sub-Zero on it. Sub-Zero, they make very expensive commercial refrigeration systems. This ad brought to you by Sub-Zero. Sorry, that was just from another lifetime. I pass in an item, so I would be passing an item Sub-Zero, which isn't going to work here. Which is probably why I did it in a script step before. JSON parser really didn't buy us much. Darn it. Although, no, we could, because we still have access to that. Let's do this. This is feeling a little bit over redundant, but my input is going to be an item.
Oh,
no,
okay.
We can't pass
so
in
you're going to take
item.
the item and
yeah, we got to take the item
items
array.
and dump out an item.
Yep, I think so. Items value is going to be root items. Everything we need is in that first element. And then we are going to do a... We need our outputs. Oh,
yeah.
Did we create a template? I don't remember if we did or not. Shoot.
I recall you creating it. Well, I recall you showing the
where
create
it was.
template button.
Mm-hmm.
Save as template in the bottom right.
Yep. Save as template. And we called it video. Yeah. Okay. So we should have that, right? So our output here should be, we could call it video. We could call it item. We could call it whatever we want.
And yeah, you need from the drop down.
Object.
You need the drop down, sir, right?
Need the drop down.
From start from template.
Start from template. That one.
Spoke video.
Okay. Felt easy. Let's see if it was easy. So what I need to do in here is run my little scripty script. I got to finish filling out the part that I started and then aborted. Oh, it's going to be close on time to see if we've got this. Outputs.video equals new ytutil. Make object from inputs.items Sub-Zero, maybe? Sure, that feels good.
Sure. Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Right. And my input comes from, we already did that, the items, that looks good. Let's go finish the script, save that. Finish doing to the script what we started doing to the script. This is going to be stats, please type keyboard, thank you. Is going to be, golly God.
Couldn't you just,
what?
Do we need this or can we just
do stats, like item.stats? It's got more.
No, what I was thinking, Chuck, is instead of passing it to your script include, can't we just return the singular item object?
Yeah, that would be a cleaner way to do
instead of the script include.
Yeah, because the script include is just doing that mapping for us of that one. So this could be like this.
Yeah,
I like simple is good. But that's not going to map to this object. This has a different structure.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
I think. Wait, hang on. Does it?
Well,
ID
pull out your data panel and look at the side of
ID
item.
title. Yeah. No, because allowed and blocked were under the regional settings. They were buried, which is why I had all that has property stuff in the script.
Okay.
All right. Good thought. I liked it. Can I do an undo?
Noise.
All right. Attempt number 3.
I mean, it's nice telling us that there's an error in that script. If you could be a little more specific on what the error is.
Did I have an error? What do you mean?
So they said there's a typo. But if you, don't tell me where the typo is, I don't know where it is. It was above outputs.
Did I? Oh,
you lost the T in the outputs.
Did I? Outputs. I did. Thank you. extra set of eyes on the internet. Okay, stats. Those are the kinds of things that will slow you down. Where's my output variable values? See, this is an object. I'm going to have likes, not links. Darn motor skills. It's going to be item dot statistics dot, I don't remember. This is where you keep this window handy. And you do a pop out on this window, if I remember right. Show code. There we go. Statistics had view count, like count, and dislike count. You know what? Let's just copy that. So likes was going to be like count, like, yeah, like. Dislikes is for dot statistics. The heck with that. Get that too. That, and make sure we don't oversubscribe that. Was it singular or plural? I think it was singular. Yes? Yes. Okay. And view count was views for my world. Views. Come on. I did not hit enter twice. I promise. This should be view count. And put a comma there to keep JSON world happy. Did we have anything else in that object that we needed? Channel stats. No, I think we're good. Okay.
Looks pretty good.
Looks pretty good. Save that. Let's test it. Oh man, I am not super confident, but give me a, can I have a test button? Oh, I do have a test button. I was looking for the save button. And I need my ID, my test ID back. On that. Wait till we get to data streams, kids. Oh, look, we're almost out of time. That's when it really gets fun. JSON parser.
Into your neural source data.
How far did we get? Step 1, step 2, step 3. We know that the rest step had a response body. You know what? We parsed that.
Oh, you didn't link up the data, the payload in the JSON parser.
You are correct. I knew something on an input didn't feel right. So JSON parser step needs
in the source data. We actually need to give it the source
from the response body. Is that where we're going?
Yeah, it should be the response body. Yeah,
it should be.
Should be.
I love that. We're going to have t-shirts, live coding happy hour. It should work. Test, paste, run. If I have 3 or 4 fields, yeah, default values for the win. Oh, invalid return type, complex object. This might be where I had issues with templates. Okay, this got that. JSON parser. What did JSON parser give me? Root items. Item sum 0 is this lovely object. And the script step. Content details is an array of nothing. That's weird. I think it's the way that we're accessing these things. What's going on? The script step got in. Where did I pass the script step? I thought it was an object. It doesn't matter. It's not you don't define a data type there. It doesn't like being passed.
Oh, you were passing it in items, and maybe you need the.
Can't pass it one.
What was your script step expecting? Was it the higher level object?
No, it was a piece of that, and I think you're right. I think I've run into this before, where you have to pass at the top level. You can't drill in and give it something in the middle.
Yeah.
Let's
So
try that. So
pass it
instead
root.
of that, pass it woot, and this becomes, is it root.items? Yeah, I guess. Or does it have a name? Is it just, no, let's not call that. We're just going to call it root, which kind of bothers me from a variable name. Root.items sub-0. Save.
Maybe.
I want some success out of this before we get 2 minutes left. I don't want to be the goat. Here we go. Run, just long enough to make you nervous. Probably going to say at this is where I go, your API key limit has been exceeded. Ugh. And that find function make object. Really? Did it come down to me just not knowing my own script include? Make object. Curses. Hate it when I do that.
Make object.
Boo. Yeah, I didn't say I was the best person at naming variables and function names. There we go. Test, paste, run, wait some more, take a drink. Drink consumed. Oh, and I hit run testing. I'm so excited I hit it again. Wait some more. Take some more drinking. It doesn't know what that is. What did I pass it? Okay. It's all about the objects, isn't it, kids?
It's a comment that says our input variables are wrong.
The input variables are wrong. Really?
We lost the input variables somewhere.
Inputs.root. Root. Oh, yeah. What happened there? JSON. Oops. JSON parser. Root. Save. Watch it. Wait for it. Okay. Test. Paste. Run.
Let's make object the right video ID.
Should be. I only use one. No errors. And we have a video object output that has nothing in it. We've seen that before.
I think the video ID was off, right? Or no?
The output of the script step is empty. The input to the script step is where? Here. Nothing. Okay, that makes absolutely no sense.
I think when you ran your test, you had make object in your scratchpad instead of the actual video ID that you were testing against.
Did I? I don't think so.
Like run the test again.
Oh,
See?
hey,
Yeah.
God. Stupid copy paste buffer. It starts with an M.
It's about the same length.
You know what? That's what my eyes saw. It's like, that's not a valid ID. Hey, no errors. Loud block channel ID. No, that's still empty as anything. I'm not going to get there. What's my script step doing? It's got a decent input.
Yeah.
This is object dot items sub-0. Should be a bunch of cool stuff. All right, it's going to come down to what's the script include doing at this point. I can debug that. We're close. Okay. We got stuff. And I want to know if the templates work, because I had mixed success with templates before. All right, we are at the top of the hour plus a little bit. I know the show often goes over.
I think it's a relatively good
Yep.
Wrapping up time.
Quitting time. We got something done. Should have worked on the Todoist integration.
So yeah, that was a lot of fun.
It
We
was.
got some good work done. I'm ready to deploy some, like it's committed. Some of that work is now committed and ready to deploy production, which is
Finally.
the best, state.
Yeah.
It's been peer reviewed and it's ready to deploy to production.
Form layouts. Finally.
Yeah, if it doesn't work, we're gonna blame the YouTube comments.
Absolutely.
Thank you, YouTube comments.
So just quick wrap up then. I think we covered most of the news early at the top of the show. But real quick, come join us, CreatorCon. We will have the link in the description, but come join us for CreatorCon. Chuck, Brad, and I will be all around in the CreatorCon space, so it will not be hard to find us there and engage with us. And we'd love to chat with you during that event. And get engagement there because there's good content to learn from there. And for the rest of this month, contribute to Hacktoberfest because it's an awesome time. I've really enjoyed both contributing and being a maintainer for some of the repos and seeing the issues come in and then other people picking up the issues and solving them, which is great. Like, I love that, right? Because you have an idea and you have someone fulfilling an idea, and those don't have to be the same person, which is a lot of fun. So a lot of good times. I think all of our beverages were high quality, and anything that you want to close us out with, Brad? Why don't you wrap us up?
Yeah, I think I'm good. This was fun. Good 4 hours first thing in the morning, doing some live coding. But yeah, we'll see everybody in a couple of weeks at CreatorCon, and I guess next week is when all the content goes live. Yes,
the 20th.
Next Monday. Or is that a Tuesday?
The 20th.
Tuesday. No.
Tuesday.
Tuesday's the 20th. Tuesday's the 20th.
All right. Yeah. So look for all the content going live.
And I got my CreatorCon shirt on. I'm ready to go.
Yeah. Nice.
Let's do it. This is the Mission to Mars one.
I'll have to go get my CreatorCon drinking glass.
All right. Well, have a great day, everybody. Thanks for joining us.
Right.
Thanks, everybody.
Thanks, everybody.